Okay, settle the fuck down, you guys. Okay. Whew. Ugh. Welcome to day one of the Loner Box Vivance experience. It's actually all right. It's I feel a bit different, but yeah, it seems all right. Seems okay. I had some tasks to do before stream, and I got through them without freaking the fuck out. I started streaming a bit late because I had a phone call. Don't worry about that. That's out of my hands. Also, I like making you guys wait. Who knows? Donos already? Wow. It's that medicated energy. Matthew Faustini, thanks for the $2. Go Live Fund. Hey, good one. Pasta with the 20 Swedish. Delete the stream, later box. Fuck you. The Dark Canuck, thanks for the $2.79. Canadian. Loner Box, we have cookies come out. Hey, be careful, that's addictive. Fuck off. Do you get it from the NHS? No, I went private. Fucking imagine trying to get Vyvanse on the NHS. Oh god. Horrible. You'd be dead. Severalizer, thanks for the 690 shekels. Really appreciate that. Better not be Coke in that glass. It's Pepsi Max. I don't know. I don't understand this. That Doomer Politics guy, the guy who made the Vosh is unironically evil video, there's been a whole scandal about him supposedly paying someone a few $1,000s for a job, video essay, I think. And somehow this agreement between him and some other person for doing the work and getting paid for it is... It took like a 9-hour debate on that Gisticle stream, and now JStock is it? And it's produced. Look at this content that it's produced. It's got like, where did it start? It started here. No, here. So that's an hour's video. There's a scam trial. Destiny and Willie Mack join in. Then it fucks off for a week, and then it comes back with Doomer Media, Doomer Media, Doomer Media, Doomer Media. Well, look at this. He's having a go at the Will in his channel video about canvassing. Oh no. This Queeman guy's a dark soul. I wonder what he had to say about it. Severalizer, thanks for the 25.69 shekels. This is your Eid money. Oh, that's so nice of you. Wow. It was a $2,800 Hassan video. Okay. So what's happened? Like, have we got to the bottom of who's in the wrong yet? Who is he supposed to be paying? Is it just because the eye of Sunday is gazing over him now? Oh no. I thought he was going to do a response to my to the Holocaust shit, but I guess he's maybe abandoned that project for now. It's probably for the better. Matthew Faustini, thanks for the gifted tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. It went to Sheer of all people. That's cool. Thanks. Appreciate that. He knew he was wrong. I don't think he knew he was wrong. I just don't think he believed it was worth the fucking dive. Oh god, hang on. Okay. Oh, Matthew Faustini, thanks for the 3 months of a tier 3 sub now, giving my daily tribute before I have to dip out for my county commission meeting. That sounds big brain. I really hope you enjoy your county commission meeting. That's nice. He realized it wasn't worth the mental gymnastics. I don't know how his decision making works, really. I feel like I was fairly nice to him in the last conversation, and it'll probably be the last one for a while. Because I don't like poking the bear. I'm not gonna lie. Kyle thought the Houthis were right to shoot rockets at ships until Vosh talked to him. Did Vosh talk to him about that? I didn't know that. When did they talk? It's funny actually, when I put in Vosh Kyle Kalinske to YouTube, all I get are Kyle Kalinske video recommendations. I don't get Vosh. Look at this. Vosh Kyle Kalinske. I get secular talk, nothing from... Where's the first Vosh video? Has Vosh been just booted out of the algorithm? Huh. Oh, there. 2 years ago. Huh. Is that what a shadow ban looks like? Huh. Kyle Kalinske weighs in on working with fascists. Is that what he was weighing in on? Okay. Huh. Anti-Semitic Yemen commentary. Oh, these Vanguard guys. I should talk to them. They don't actually seem like total dickheads. I don't know. Huh. I know they're tankies, but they seem friendly enough. When they actually, doesn't Dylan debate them sometimes? Hassan calls out Dylan Burns as psychotic. I feel like Dylan's spoken to these guys, hasn't he? He debated them in Ukraine a year ago. And Elon Musk. Oh, that's a stream title. Okay. How did this debate go? What? Oh. Let's see how this went.
Do you think that the U.S. has an obligation to intervene militarily in every single conflict or humanitarian crisis in any country around the world?
Are there any commentators who critique Western foreign policy a lot as well without being campus you can think of? For me, it's Matt Kennard, Michael Walker, Owen Jones, and Kyle. Kyle's foreign policy stuff is not campus, but it's brain rot, as far as I can tell. Especially when he said that the Houthis were the only ones who cared about international law and shit. I was like, okay, this guy is somewhere else. Owen Jones, I don't actually know. I thought Owen Jones was also one of the ones who pushed the idea that NATO was like playing their part in causing the Russia-Ukraine war, which I think is very silly, but I don't know.
In the world at any given time.
No, I don't believe so, because it's also not practical.
Mr. Dylan Burns, how you doing, Dylan?
Hello, I'm doing pretty good. How are you guys doing today?
Doing good, man. Thanks for coming on and chatting with us.
Happy to be on here. You guys have a lot of amazing guests here. Even though I probably don't agree with you guys on everything, I'm always surprised by the productivity usually of the show you host here, even with people you disagree with, which is one of the reasons I wanted to come on.
Well, thanks so much, man. That really means a lot. And I can't say we've always kept it 100% classy or productive, but we try our best to make this a space for, real productive exchanges. And especially when we're talking about such a serious issue, like obviously what's going on in Ukraine and Russia with the conflict is so tragic. It's an absolute humanitarian atrocity. And I mean, I think that, before we get into our disagreements, we can obviously agree about that. It's horrible. It's tragic. We both want it to end as soon as possible. This isn't some sort of like, debate me, bro, fucking performance art that we're doing for sport. Like, no, we actually want to have this conversation because we really care about the substance here. We really care about the lives that are at stake here in this devastating conflict and, hopefully resolve it as quickly as possible. So really excited to have the conversation. Hopefully it's productive. Hopefully, we can find some common ground, but either way, welcome to the stream. Glad you're willing to engage with us. Glad you were wanting to engage with us. In fact, you reached out to us, I'm guessing after you saw our video with Kyle Kalinske on the subject matter.
No, I did not see your video with Kyle Kalinske on the subject matter. It's just a lot of my people kept telling me to come on the show because they were people like, hey, I like the Vanguard, but I disagree with their Ukraine takes. I think I want you to talk to them about Ukraine takes. So I want you to talk to them because I just want to see somebody who's been on the ground talk to them, stuff like that. I've gotten messages from my community asking me to come on.
Gotcha. Well, before we do get into all that, can you just introduce yourself to our community in case there's anyone that's not familiar with you and the work you've done, including the literal on the ground reporting in Ukraine? If you just want to, discuss that a little bit, talk about the work that you've been doing.
Sure. So my name's Dylan Burns. Before Twitch streaming, I was involved in a lot of local politics in the state of Maryland. I ran my mayor's mayoral campaign. I was involved in the Mike Gravel campaign, which
I think these headphones, I think the good thing about them is that I think most parts of this are replaceable, but I don't know if it's this cable that keeps on coming loose that's causing it to only go in the right ear, or if there's a loose connection inside. If there's a loose connection inside, I might actually have to replace the entire thing. Fuck. Not everything in these headphones is replaceable. I'm thinking of a different pair of headphones when I said that.
Even if I think like a lot of my politics have changed since I worked on the Mike Gravel campaign, I still think the work I did there was really good, and a lot of really good activists came from that campaign and learned a lot of skills from working with other people their age or developing a presidential campaign. I've advised a few congressional campaigns on the issue of foreign policy, but what most people know me for is my online stuff. Like I hosted the Hippy Dippy Roundtable, which was the #1 Twitch political debate show for almost like 2 years before I closed it down because I went to Ukraine. But most recently, what I've been focusing on is war journalism, interviewing civilians on the ground about their experiences in Ukraine, interviewing soldiers about the type of help they think they need, and what's it like to fight in combat. Like we interviewed some soldiers who were involved in the Kharkiv counteroffensive. We haven't released that footage yet, but
I always wonder about these people that have their kind of like side camera angles. What's that about? What is the purpose? Would you not say that some on the British left are better on foreign policy without being campists? Okay, fuck. Let's switch up the content. I don't really know what Novara Media have been saying about this outside of clips. Maybe we should watch a full thing. This one is Michael Walker, I think, and it's called Channel 4 Rex Israel's new spokesperson. So I know
David
what they're
Mensa.
talking about because I watched this interview on the humanitarian aid situation. So let's see what exactly we're dealing with here. Okay, let's see what I recall Michael Walker being the one who misses the least on Novara. So let's see. I quite like him.
Is a former director of Labour Friends of Israel, and he's now an official spokesperson for the Israeli government. Yes, that seems pretty weird to me too. Moving on from that particular detail, Mensa has been out on the airwaves defending Israel after they killed 7 members of the charity World Central Kitchen, including 3 Britons. Here he is on Channel 4 being interviewed by Krishnan Guru Murphy.
Is the Israeli government apologising to the families of the aid workers killed, including the 3 families in Britain?
Well, firstly, thank you, Krishnan, for having me on. From the Prime Minister to the Defence Minister to the spokesman for the Israel Defence Forces, all of us have expressed grief about this occurrence.
Yes, but are you apologising?
To be frank, if you let me answer, Krishnan, there's no point attacking me already. I've just arrived, for heaven's sake.
I'm not attacking you. I'm just asking you a simple question. I want an answer to it.
No, you are.
Are you apologising?
And allow me to answer. We have expressed grief about this operation, but we need to find out exactly what has happened. The Prime Minister, as he came out of hospital today, the Defence Minister and Minister Gallant have all expressed grief. Indeed, there is a sense of grief across the whole country because WKD are one of the good guys.
WKD are one of the good guys. Right, so first things first, the people who were killed by Israel were from the organisation World Central Kitchen, or WCK. Now, this Israeli spokesperson is confusing them with a British alco-pop drink. Now, he is most definitely, I presume, not indigenous to the Middle East. You're confusing this aid organization for a British alco-pop. The other thing to notice is the arrogance.
Because he got WKC and said call it WCK. Okay. I feel like it's okay to misspeak, no? Okay.
Of Mensa, who thinks being asked to apologize for killing 7 innocent aid workers is a personal attack. Stop attacking me. I've already said we feel very sad about it.
Why at the beginning? Why did they not want to apologize at the beginning? Is it because if they thought that there's maybe this off chance that they do some fucking investigation and it turns out that there were gunmen actually there and that the people were collaborating with Hamas or some shit? Like, I feel like now is okay time to apologize now that they know what happened. Okay.
We say sorry? Oh, because saying sorry would mean you accept responsibility, which you are refusing to do, even though everyone in the entire world can see that you intentionally bombed these people. Finally, by calling WCK, yes, WCK, not WKD, by calling them one of the good guys, Mensa is not being very subtle in suggesting that the other 196 aid workers so far killed in Gaza are fair game. Oh no, these were actually one of the good guys. Yeah, the other aid workers, yeah, we didn't mind killing them. Maybe we even did it on purpose. But these ones, oh, we definitely did do that by accident because these are one of the few aid workers in Gaza who we think deserve to live. Right? Now, the people...
He's inferring a lot there, isn't he? Okay. Didn't they issue an official apology? Well, I thought they did. I thought the spoken statement was given with an apology. But I thought they said sorry on day one. So why is that spokesperson saying we're not going to apologize to the families yet? That's a really... I always wonder what is actually going on behind the scenes when they make that decision not to commit to a formal apology just yet, or if ever. Because they apologized on the day, I'm pretty sure. The guy said, we're sorry, because we saw him. He said sorry with the Israeli accent, right? Like, yeah.
Israel doesn't seem to think deserve to live are people from disreputable organizations like the United Nations. Now, you can see why Israel hired this guy. He's very similar to Elon Levy, the guy who he has replaced. Let's go back to the interview.
You said this was unintentional. So this was a mistake, wasn't it? So you can apologize already. You don't need to know the precise details to issue an apology. Clearly, there are grieving families tonight.
There are grieving families, and we grieve with them because clearly something catastrophic has happened.
You killed them, right? Well done, Krishnan and Guru Murphy, for getting to the nub of the point. This isn't about, oh, we're grieving for these people because a tragedy has occurred. You killed them.
I will say, Channel 4 are quite aggressive with the way that they interview, but they do it with both people. They do it with Hamas as well. With Guru Murthy interviewing that Hamas person, we watched that on stream when he was constantly he basically got the guy to say that he thinks 30,000 people dying is still a victory to them because it makes Israel look bad. Yeah.
Right? You bombed 3 cars with clear markings that said they were delivering food. Now, whoever was controlling those drones didn't seem to mind. They were still fair game. 7 people are now dead. You can't just say, oh, we're grieving. You did it. Let's go back to that interview.
We're going to get to the bottom of this and find out exactly what happened, because the role of bringing aid to innocent Gazans, to ordinary Gazans, not to Hamas, to the genocidal terror organization Hamas, that role is sacrosanct to us. We've got no beef.
Get your statements out, bro.
Of Gaza, ordinary people. We're trying to get as much aid as we possibly can.
I mean, it's not sacrosanct.
The dilemma,
saying things like you're trying to get as much aid as possible is just not true, because only a few days ago, the UN's highest court, the ICJ, ordered Israel to, without delay, facilitate humanitarian aid. And tonight, a ship laden with tons of aid is sailing away, and humanitarian organizations are saying it is simply too dangerous for them to carry on supplying aid because you kill their aid workers. So it is just not true to say it's sacrosanct.
It absolutely is sacrosanct, because before this war, which we didn't want or didn't ask for. There were about 70 aid trucks of food alone going into Gaza. Just today, there were 243 on an
those
average.
numbers are
100.
disputed.
No, they're not disputed. They're facts, Christian. And we can.
No,
dis-
they're
we
not,
can
because
discuss
the
many,
UN
many
said that
things.
before the war there were
the
500
facts-
trucks going into Gaza and around 150.
Bro, people need to stop this. He said food specifically, not all aid. I don't. Oh God, the 500 trucks. Oh my God. Oh, shit. Oh no. How does this reach the fucking upper echelons of Channel 4 and shit? It's so weird. I don't even know if I blame Channel 4 because everyone's saying it. Like the UN keeps on, like even in these like fucking in-depth reports on the humanitarian situation, they keep saying 500 trucks but they don't really, but they just leave you to infer that they mean food trucks. It's such a conversation blocker because it's not even a legitimate criticism. It's just nonsense. Huh. You can make the argument that you need food going in, like more food than went in before October 7th because of distribution issues and because of the lack of internal production, obviously, because a lot of agricultural means to produce food are gone now because of the war. But this 500 trucks thing is horseshit. I don't. Let me find the. I know since the pullout, they've been talking about really, really high numbers of food trucks going in, but I want to find out exactly. Yeah. I think this is reported in Al Jazeera as well as Times of Israel. So I think yesterday, this was the highest single day. It was 300. It was 320 trucks, I think. More than 300, yeah. The highest daily volume. So I think since the announcement of them opening that crossing at Erez and the port at Ashdod, what was the percentage of food in those 500 aid trucks? It was an average of about 70 a day. I can find you the graph again if you want. Hang on. Where? It's this, isn't it? Oh God, which one is it? Huh. This one. I don't know why I haven't got this bookmarked because I refer to it quite often these days. Entries and exits of commodities. You can look here. And it's the number of aid trucks, but all broken down into each particular category. So from 2023, say, if we go to the month of September, you have 2,199 food trucks. But this is the entire breakdown. So if you go to daily, you go there, 87. So if you calculate that, let's just go into it here. And I think for September, what the month is like 30 days. Ugh. It's 291. Do you know also, I think I might be wrong about this. Do you see that before October 7th, it's still a lot less than 500? I think it's 500 a day because I don't think they did imports on weekends. I think that's why they got 500 a day. How would you work that out? How many weekends? 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weekends, 6, 26? Would that bring it to 500? No, it'd be 24, sorry. How did they get 500? From September? What about, I don't think September was exceptional, was it? August. Oh, okay, so before September it was even higher, so. But again, the food products number was about the same, right? Just about between 2,500. But the higher, I think it was more construction materials went in. So it was 500 trucks a day when it wasn't even an increase in food products. It was when there were more construction products going in. So 12 0.076 divided by 30, 400. And then I think if you do this by 24, to discount the weekends, you get your 500. That's why they say 500 trucks a day. Because in a month where there was apparently more construction materials than usual, and because they didn't import on weekends. But other months, it's roughly around 10,000, 6,500. So the month of April 2023, again, the food products one is about the same. See, 2,500. But it's the other products that are changing this number. So 6,515 in April 2023 compared to October 2,500. So October was really bad because they closed all the crossings and fucking Gallant did his crazy shit with the water and shit. So this was a really, really bad month. But then by November, I think it starts to pick up again. Barely. But food products get closer to what they usually were. And then when you get to December, you're back to between 2 and 2,500 food product trucks. Then you go to January. You're at just under 3,000. And then by February, 2,000. So yeah, that 500 trucks thing is just a total shitpost. It's not even actually the average number of daily trucks going in before October 7th. It's not even that. It's from a particular month where there was what seems to be an exceptional number of trucks going in because of construction materials being added to the toll, and also discounting weekends because they didn't bring trucks in on weekends. And that piece of bad data is being used in a Channel 4 interview by the head honcho of the combative interviews. Why does it matter what's in it? Because the entire aid crisis in Gaza right now is not over construction materials, Alex. It's over food. So if someone says the average number of food trucks going in before October 7th was 70 a day, now it's some days it's 70, some days it's 120, other days it's 300. And then they say, oh no, but it was actually 500 before October 7th. Well, no, first of all, it wasn't 500 trucks before October 7th on average. Second of all, it wasn't 500 food trucks ever. Third of all, that 500 number seems to be taken from an exceptional month where aid imports were even higher, the total aid inputs. And 4, that was also in a month where I think they didn't even import trucks on weekends. So it was 500 trucks on import days, not on per day in the entire month. Yeah, that's a lot of important things. What do you mean? Why does it matter? What's in it? You can't eat a fucking brick. If the crossing can handle 500 trucks, why can't it handle it now? Because there's a war on, and people are freaking the cock out about security and any kind of secondary use materials being imported that can be hijacked by Hamas, maybe? Now, there is an argument that there could have been more aid going in, like actual just food aid going in, because although Gaza was mostly, I think, dependent on aid for food, obviously a lot of internal production means for food are gone. So that's a big problem. And also there is the Biden argument that even though 70 trucks a day might fulfill everyone's needs in a case of perfect distribution, the fact that there isn't perfect distribution, the fact that some trucks are being hijacked or lost or stolen, and people are panicking and stockpiling and hoarding, then there would be a reason to put more food trucks in than what's usually required, because saturation would get rid of things like panic. It would get rid of things like issues caused by hoarding. Yeah, so it would also be easier for large numbers of trucks to go in without fear of being mobbed. So, I mean, those are the discussions that should be had and that Christian should be pushing forward, but he's just pushing forward 500 trucks. And obviously, if you're the Israeli guy and you know that's not true, then you have to get over that hurdle before you can even start challenging this person on what's actually required. It's between 150 and 200 for a few months now. I haven't seen that in the stats from January, February. So maybe in March, April, it's going to go up. I know they have said, yeah, there are some days where it's going way beyond, but in January, February, it still seems to be that the average daily number of food trucks is about the same as it was pre-October 7th now. I can find the chart again if you want, but if we look at, I don't think it's been 150 a day in February, no? Or even January, that seems to be the best month, 2959. How many food trucks per day is this? Like just under 100? 98. Unless there's no way that they're holding off imports on weekends during a war. Whoa, God. $123, I get if you discount the weekend. Okay.
I'm talking about food now. We're not sending in cement anymore.
Anyway, I don't want to argue about the numbers of trucks. I'm not arguing about trucks. I'm talking about the fact.
Oh no! Wait, does he? He must know. Anyway, oh God, he's doing the Prometheus Unbound, the Hamas supporter that we debated. The anyway defense. It's unstoppable. Say something, get called out on the accuracy or the nuances, and then say anyway.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Before the war, there were 500 trucks going into Gaza and around 150.
I'm talking about food now. We're not sending in cement anymore.
Anyway, I don't want to argue about the numbers of trucks. I'm not asking you about trucks. I'm talking about the fact
to build a terror network. Concrete has been used to build.
We're not talking about that either right now. We're talking about
because you talked, Christian, about the aid trucks. We're saying that we're talking about food. There were 70 before the war. Today there were 240.
Well, again, I must say the 70 before the war is a disputed number.
Those are the facts,
Bro,
Christian.
we're going on the fucking bad faith carousel right now. We went from 70 food trucks before the war, more than 70 now, apparently. You can contest that one. That doesn't seem to bear in the numbers, at least for some months. Oh, that's disputed. There are actually 500 trucks. No, we're talking about food trucks. We're not sending in cement trucks anymore. We're talking about food trucks. Anyway, I don't want to get bogged down in truck details. Nah, but we're talking about cement. We're talking about food. The actual food number is 70. Oh, but that's disputed. It's gone back to the start. Holy shit. Bro, this truck discourse is really causing some issues.
Well, it's not a fact. It's a disputed. It's a claim, and it's disputed. And there are contradictory. There are contradictory numbers.
I say is disputed.
Let's move on to the facts.
We are a democratic country with a free press. And
oh, for fuck's sake, man! Why does this absolute asshole not just? He hasn't focused hard enough on the conversation. He hasn't said there were 75 food trucks. You could say 500 total in some months if you include construction materials, but we're just talking about food. You have to repeat that. I don't think if you're a viewer who doesn't know about the 500 trucks shit, you're not going to catch the point there. Don't talk about how you're a fucking democratic country and that you accept trans people and that you have fucking open archives and that you have gay clubs. No one cares. Talk about the trucks. Why do they hire these people? God.
With checks and balances, and at some point you've got to take our side over a genocidal terrorist organization.
We don't take anyone's side.
Again, the 500 trucks is not coming from Hamas. That's not a Hamas claim. Oh God. Loader's mad the propaganda isn't good enough. I just don't like watching people who don't do their jobs properly. I just don't watch. I don't like watching people, even if someone's defending a point I don't agree with. It is frustrating when you see them do when you do this kind of disservice. Again, like the amount of time, again, when people talk about the Hasbara machine, I'm like, bro, this is the best that the fucking Israeli international advocacy campaign has to offer. Is pretty weak.
It's where journalists asking questions.
Screw the evidence. The evidence is irrelevant. You should take our side because we're a democracy.
Yeah,
right?
you sound pretty bad
That's
saying
not
that.
how these things should work, right? You need to provide evidence. You can't just say, you should like us because we're like you. And even if it were, I'm not sure a formal democracy, but with an added sprinkle of apartheid, really deserves the benefit of the doubt from anyone. Now, the debate there about trucks was somewhat confusing, which was perhaps Mentz's intention. As far as I can make out, the dispute is over how aid trucks specifically are defined. So everyone agrees more goods were getting into Gaza before October the 7th than are now, including food. But Israel claims that when it comes to food aid, the number has increased. Now, that is itself disputed, but even if it were true, it's fairly meaningless. That's because Gaza needed much less food aid before October the 7th, because before Israel's genocidal war started, it still had a semblance of a functioning economy. Obviously, it had been under siege for years, so it wasn't a particularly strong or healthy economy, but it had a semblance of a functioning economy.
He took the call. Yeah, that's. Didn't I just say this would be an example of actually like a good argument like that you could make? Okay, good. Michael Walker. He never disappoints me. You know, he doesn't actually disappoint me that much. Obviously, the whole like you're intentionally killing aid workers and fucking genocide, whatever. We don't agree on that, but like that argument about the aid stuff was actually like, holy, that was a decent argument. Yeah, didn't I just say it like 5 minutes ago? I said this is an example of a good argument, and then my reliable Baldy Manny just comes out. His head, a shining beacon of hope in the left-wing media space. He's 100% the least annoying Navarra media person. Yeah, I've always thought that about him. I've always put my faith into... From 1 to 30th of March, an average of 159 aid trucks have crossed into Gaza per day. Is that from the I'm Better? Alex, you're a horrible advocate for your positions. Stop. You can keep watching this stream and have some fucking humility and try to absorb a bit more of like the examples I gave that apparently Michael Walker pre-watched and then gave before the stream actually started. But where's the UNRWA data for that? Because I can't see it on their page, not on their stats. I don't think they've updated it since March, have they? They haven't. January, February. But this is this is OECHA. So where's the UNRWA data? UNRWA data, food trucks, Gaza, March 2024. UNRWA. Is it here? Total of 420 trucks were denied or impeded. Oh, we actually have a number for that. That's good. Since the beginning of April, an average of 177 aid trucks have crossed into Gaza via Karem Shalom and Rafah. This remains below the operational capacity of both crossing to the target of 500 trucks per day. Okay, interesting. So they're saying 177 per day since April. Where's the March data? Where are you getting that from? Link it through Discord on stream chat, yeah? Yeah, you can put it there.
What's clear now, as a result of Monday night's attack, desperately needed aid will shrink even further. As Guru Murphy said, aid ships have been turned around after the killing of international aid workers.
Wait, don't go. You're in the waiting room. Okay. Hello, Kiwi Burp? You're gonna link it in the chat of here or you're muted if you're trying to speak. Lornabox, does the amount of concrete not being taken account for the reduction in food trucks? What do you mean? When people say 500 trucks a day, they're talking about all trucks, including concrete and construction materials and all kinds of other shit. And a particular month, on a month where there was especially a lot of aid going in. And apparently if you don't count the weekends, if you make the month 24 days. So it would actually be 22 days, but you know.
Workers and the second largest humanitarian agency in Gaza, ANERA, has now ceased its operations entirely. Later in the interview, Christian Guru Murphy.
Where is this March data? Come on, someone's got to have it in the Discord, no? You guys are disgusting. How big are the pallets? Are pallets not an industry standard size? Wooden pallets.
Murphy went on to ask Mensa about the other 196 aid workers killed by Israel. As you can guess, the Israeli spokesperson tried to smear them.
Look at Kogat. We're arguing with the left-wingers on this one. We're not going to use fucking Kogat data, even though it tends to, does it not tend to match the UNRWA data on trucks going in? But where?
And Mensa also said Israel were trying to de-radicalize Gaza, presumably by killing everyone. But the interview ended like this.
Okay.
Can I ask you, as a matter of fact, did Israel bomb the Iranian consulate in Syria?
So I've got no comment on that, but what I can share with you is that Daniel Hagar.
Oh, this is, yeah, Kogat on Twitter, because Kogat is the Israeli organization that's involved in that. But are they using UNRWA? Because this is their formatting, isn't it? Or is it? Since the beginning of March, 126 trucks entered per day, 80% more than October 7th. Pre-October 7th, okay. But is someone said that UNRWA confirmed this as well, 126 per day.
Said quite clearly that it wasn't a civilian embassy; it was a military base for Al-Quds. So while I can't
but you're not going to
deny
admit
no, as I said, that was a military base for the Al-Quds force. Iran, unfortunately, once again trying to destabilize this region, not for the good of the Palestinian people, not for the good of the.
I can't link through YouTube chat, but you're in the Discord, Kiwi. You can just go to the. You can either click my name and DM me, or you can go into stream chat and put it there. I believe in you.
World at large, but just to destabilize this region. We're trying to go for peace. We're trying to go for coexistence, but we need to get.
I'm sorry,
rid of
David. I've got to cut you off there because I mean I'm trying to get answers to questions, and if you can't answer the question, then I can't allow you to do the propaganda. David Mensa, thank you very much indeed.
You're such a sweetheart.
What a fucking.
You're such a sweetheart. Dahlia, did these people actively want to sound like gangsters?
I mean, I think saying that he sounds like a gangster is making him sound a lot cooler than he does sound. He's, second fiddle to Elon Levy, and it shows. And I'm also old enough to remember the last time I saw this David Mensa guy, which was when he was squealing at James Schneider for being a lover of evil Hamas, as, James Schneider just sort of sat there looking really bewildered. We're really not sending our best to Israel when it comes to their spokespeople. In the full clip of that interview, Mensa said something that I thought was very telling, which he said, as well as de-radicalizing Gaza, they also want to return to peace. And so the implication there is that
they had peace in the status quo, yeah.
Peace to him is the situation pre-October 7th. And so ultimately what he means by that is that peacetime to him is a blockade by land, sea, and air that Israel had on Gaza, where they controlled the food intake of Gazans to the calorie. They joked about putting Gaza on a diet.
Is this? I keep hearing mixed opinions about this, like measuring to the calorie. Someone said this policy was never actually implemented, but other people said it was. It's old. I know the story is old. 2012. But did they ever actually implement that policy? I thought it was suggested as a kind of like a guideline to prevent people from starving. That's how it was originally, the story was broken. Let me see. Sent DM. Oh, thank you. Is this it? And I'm supposed to find the March data from here, am I? This actually breaks it all down. Flour, clothes, blankets, biscuits, animal fodder, cleaning supplies, fish, frozen meat, medical supplies. Let me see. Bro. Let's go the month of March. $31 open days, total number of trucks, food items. Oh, it's a lot more. 3649. Why was it so much less the month before? The 121 trucks a day. If they're saying 30 open days at each crossing. Huh. Well, now we know. Goddamn. And what did Kogat say? If this is UNRWA's data? They said 126. So there's a discrepancy of 5. Okay.
When in terms of having, in the West Bank, the ongoing confiscation of Palestinian land by illegal settlements, that to David Mensa is peacetime. And that's what concerns me.
The Kogat numbers are fine. I've checked them. All right, guys, just so you know, the Kogat numbers are fine. They've been stamped. They got the stamp of approval from Alex D. You can go rest easy. Don't ever trouble yourself with questioning Kogat data. Alex D says they're fine. Go have a little sleep. Have a little fucking 20-minute snooze as a reward for all the research time that you've saved on vetting Kogat's data.
Is that over the past 5 months, Israel has raised the threshold of violence so significantly that the idea of returning to a blockade, to such a violation of sovereignty that was the relationship, that has been the relationship over the past several decades, that is somehow a peace, like a form of peace.
It feels like that's what a lot of the left-wingers want as well, though, right? Because when they say ceasefire now, and ceasefire supposedly meaning Israel just like unilaterally leaves Gaza, maybe get the hostages back, that would mean that what you would be saying, unless you think Israelis just deserve to fucking die, then you would say secure the border to a pretty extreme measure because you don't want Hamas trying October 7th again, like they said that they would. So if you're saying unilateral ceasefire, Israel leaves Gaza, but they're not going to lift the blockade. They're going to do it harder because of October 7th, because they don't want that happening again. Like that would just be back to business as usual.
But it could go the other way. It could be that what has happened over the past 5 months has raised the consciousness of the world so much, of everyday people, to realize that what is happening in Gaza and also what is happening in the West Bank is not just this faraway conflict, but it is actually an occupation, an expression of power that is actually very intimately tied to all of our democratic freedoms. We have seen our democratic freedoms being violated, whether it's our freedom to protest, whether it's our freedom to be heard by our elected officials, that these things have been the extent to which the kind of ideology and power structure represented by Israel and the US really compromises that for all of us, that none of us are free whilst this occupation is able to continue. So I wonder which way it's going to go. I wonder if the idea of returning back to the kind of de facto form of occupation that we did have before October will be considered a return to peace, which is, I'm sure, what the Israelis would want it to be considered.
To be fair, I don't think that many Israelis want to go back to leaving Gaza and just having a blockade up again. I feel like most Israelis would be pretty angry with that suggestion. The person she's talking about might mean that, but most Israelis definitely don't want that.
Or whether there is a renewed consciousness that means that not only do we want a ceasefire? Not only do we demand a ceasefire, not only do we demand the end of this genocide, but also a demand to prevent and to redress the historic injustices that has been faced by Gaza, by Palestine.
She means the government. She definitely doesn't mean the government. The government does not want to leave Gaza without some kind of transition of power for a government that they actually trust, which is not going to be Hamas. They want, Israel does not want to leave Gaza as long as Hamas are still there. There's no way. I think even if Hamas just gets whittled down to a kind of pathetic insurgency, I don't think Israel will want to leave without something else to go back in place. Unilateral withdrawals are done. Those are not on Israel's list of things to do ever again. Unilateral withdrawal is blacklisted by Israel. They did it in Lebanon. It was a fucking disaster for Israel. They did it in Gaza in 2005. It was a disaster for them. Somehow, Ehud Olmert suggested doing it for the West Bank in like 2006 or 7, and the rest of the world was like, "Bruh, no," because it would have been a unilateral withdrawal just from areas A and B. I think they would have obviously kept area C, so that would have been ridiculous as well. They're not doing that again.
Palestinians in Gaza and in the West Bank over the past several decades. I just thought that him calling it a return to peace was such a chilling statement and really showed the extent to which Palestinians are.
Oh, Jamie, are you asking? I finally figured out what your question is. I was very confused. Are you asking if the reducing trucks is only because of construction stuff, or if other stuff gone down as well? Like you're asking if medical supplies, for example, also went down, or did they say the same as well, but it was just non-humanitarian stuff? Because there's like construction, animal feed. What do they got? Construction, non-edible consumables. What the fuck? Industrial, electrical, livestock, agriculture materials, hygiene, cleaning supplies, packaging applications, education, stationery, animal feed. So yeah, you want to know about other things. Okay, tell you what. Here's the data. Go have a look. You tell us, okay? Come back with your answer.
Are not human beings in the eyes of David Mensa. But I do think that Palestinians have become more visible in the eyes of everyday people around the world. And I just hope that their vision of what the future for Palestinians should be wins out against the likes of David Mensa.
I think that's very well put. I mean, I think as well, sort of credit where it's due. Christian Guru Murphy's sort of final line, if you can't answer the questions, I can't allow you to do the propaganda bit afterwards, was very well put.
Sigma.
Talking of propaganda, I was looking today at David Mensa's former life as a Labour talking head and critic of Jeremy Corbyn. This came up. It's from 2015 in The Telegraph. So, why Jeremy Corbyn's rise makes British Jews afraid, by someone called Angela Epstein. Now, in the piece, Angela Epstein writes this: "Meanwhile, for Jews like me, there's a sense of something sinister in the air. I'd even go so far as to say that the atmosphere could be likened to how the Jews of Germany felt in the early 1930s. Not that I'm suggesting the man now leading the Labour Party is a murderous racist with plans to start a world war or annihilate European Jewry."
Why do people, oh God. There are times every now and then when I see the kind of like anti-Israel propaganda go into like really, really weird places. And I do kind of think if I was Jewish, I would actually just be like getting so radicalized by all this shit right now. But I feel like if you're in a position where you can write an article in the press and you can reflect and try to be level-headed. But that's the problem, is that it seems to be that on both sides of this conflict, you've got fucking pro-Israelis and pro-Palestinians who just love misusing Nazi Germany and the Holocaust. They just love doing it. Menachem Begin loved doing it. Every fucking chance he got with an international leader or a president, he would always like to talk about how the Holocaust and how Israel, like, had the Jews had a state, the Holocaust wouldn't have happened, was a line he liked to repeat a lot. He used the Holocaust for fucking the Lebanese invasion of 82. You've got Netanyahu trying to exaggerate al-Husseini's role in convincing Hitler to do the fucking death camps. You've got On the other side, you've got Mahmoud Abbas, who's supposed to be the moderate guy who wrote his doctorate thesis on Holocaust denial, as in actually making a case that the Holocaust was either fake or exaggerated. I can't remember which one. You've got Abbas saying that the Israelis have committed 40 Holocausts against the Palestinians. You've got Hamas, obviously, who just don't even think it was real. You got Cenk saying, yeah, look, I get there's PTSD from the Holocaust. Everyone just goes absolutely insane about the Holocaust with this fucking war. Oh, shit. He compared the treatment of Lebanese Christians to the Holocaust. He did. He did do that, yeah. Even though the Maronites didn't really embrace his request quite as much as he'd hoped they would. There were a few, I think when the Israelis were pushing up towards Beirut, they wanted the Maronites to start a fight with the Syrians to keep them occupied, but they just refused. I was like, but yeah, obviously when it came to Sabra, they were very much buddy. Listen, I know you guys are freaking out about the Holocaust, but come on. Jesus Christ.
And I know there will be some who think that invoking memories of the Nazis and by association the Holocaust is at best a cheap shot and at worst utterly deplorable. But look no further than David Menzer, a former director of Labour Friends of Israel, who has just left the party after 20 years as a result of Corbyn's election. As he says, when I listen to Corbyn speak on almost any issue, I get the feeling this is a man who doesn't like my community. So this is someone in 2015 making the argument that Jeremy Corbyn is a racist, a threat to Britain's Jews. What's our evidence? Look no further than David Menzer, this very neutral figure who at the time was a former director of Labour Friends of Israel and is now a literal spokesperson for the Israeli government when they are committing what most people in Britain see as a genocidal war, right? This was the kind of person who was put forward as a reasonable sort of lodestar for how we should think about Jeremy Corbyn, right? Tells you a lot that gets into the Telegraph in 2015. Look no further than David Menzer. What's he doing now?
I was expecting them to dig up something much worse about David Menzer's past than that. I was expecting some hard hitters there. What, he left Labour because of Corbyn coming in? Okay.
He's literally out on our television screens justifying a genocidal war on behalf of the Israeli government, working for the Israeli government.
Interesting. Yeah, it's the first Novara video I've watched in a very long time. Oh, Michael Walker, he did make the one point. He did make the one point about the aid trucks. He actually made a coherent argument about the aid trucks as opposed to everyone else who talks about the aid trucks. Okay, nice one. Gives me hope, you know? Why do you guys keep saying Owen Jones time? Why? What did he do? He's not even on my list of cringe for the stream. Is there polling that shows a majority of Brits think the war is genocidal? Dunno. I have no idea. UK poll Gaza war. British attitudes to the conflict. Was it in YouGov? Did they ask about genocide? You'd think they would, because most people have opinions about it, I think. Should they continue to take action or stop and call a ceasefire? Most think they should stop and call a ceasefire. Should they enter negotiations? Okay. Do you think the attack on Gaza from October onwards is or is not justified? Is not. Wow. Britons are more likely to say they sympathize with the Palestinian side. 28 to 23. So most people are being like good Brits. The don't know crowd, 34. Both sides equally. Hey, that's you guys. Oh, sorry. This basically, it's a pretty big gap. 66 to 13 for should call a ceasefire. 66 to 11 for Israel should enter into peace negotiations. But here, support for the Palestinians, especially after, after February, it's gone quite far up, but quite consistent since October. It drops on October 7th, and then, yeah. What happened here? October 20th, 24th, 26th. A little bumping there. Yeah, well. I guess that probably explains David Cameron's fairly conscientious position on Israel-Palestine, even compared to Keir Starmer. At least compared to Keir Starmer. I would leave Britain as a Jew after seeing this. Okay. You just live in North London, you'd be fine. It's weird though, because people talk a lot about because I think the UK is one of the nations where Islamophobic hate crimes are more prevalent than anti-Semitic ones. But anti-Semitic ones are still quite high, even though I wouldn't see that because there just aren't that many Jews in Scotland. And there are far less where I live as well. I think I've met like 2 Jews in my hometown in the last 5 years, and one of them was Israeli. Just here temporarily. Who wants to live in the UK anyway? Whoa, true. There are about 6k Jews in Scotland. Yeah, that's not that many, is it? What's the population in Scotland? 5.4 million. Why did I think it was 6 million for the longest time? So, percentages. So the Scottish Jewish population is 0.1% of the population. About that. That's not that many, is it? Owen Jones is approving. Okay, here's your Owen Jones. This will definitely be convincing 1 minute and 17 seconds. I love it that they're boosting the smaller channels to us now. Look at this, guys.
But if it ends arms sales, that then puts huge pressure on Germany, which has decided to make the Palestinian people pay for the grievous crimes it committed by attempting to exterminate the Jewish people.
Come on, have some decency.
And the second point
that the memory of the Holocaust would not be used this way. How dare you? You're not Jewish. Don't do that.
It shouldn't
really
be used.
Don't do it.
It shouldn't be used to force the Palestinians.
Even for you, it's a red line.
Shouldn't be used to force the Palestinians people to pay for it. Now,
I think Hen believes that you are disparaging the memory of the Holocaust.
Of course, he just did.
No, I didn't.
I said that Germany is making Palestinians pay for the 6 million Jews that were killed in the Holocaust.
Yes, I absolutely
did. This is absolutely disgusting. I can't believe
I stand by what I said because it's absolutely.
I think it is true that that German politicians will say that that Germany has a responsibility because of the Holocaust to support Israel and Israel's security, but that doesn't translate necessarily into making the Palestinians pay for it. He's kind of editorializing there a little bit. But it is true that, but is this fucking retard going to make an argument, or is he just going to say, this is disgusting, I'm soy?
It's true.
Are you saying that Germany is supporting Israel because of what happened?
Yes, it believes it
rather than punishing the Palestinians.
It believes Germany has decided it can make up for its obscene guilt by forcing somebody else to pay for the crimes that Germany committed. It's a very straightforward point.
Like that's a very different claim, though. That Germany feels like they owe Israel their allegiance in terms of protecting Israeli security versus making Palestinians pay the price for the Holocaust. Because I guess what that suggests is that that Germany is arming Israel, believing that Israel is committing genocide against the Palestinians, and they think that because of their guilt, then they think that getting Israelis to kill Palestinians is going to wash the guilt of the Holocaust so that Israelis can take it out on someone else. Like, that's a really, those two claims are fucking miles apart. They are so, like, they're not even on the same planet. But did this guy push back against it, or is Owen, like, why is Owen Jones just saying that like it's a fact as well? Like, I guess he hasn't been challenged to actually substantiate it, to show the connection there, but okay.
Offensive about it. It's
of course it's offensive. I'm telling you it's offensive, and I'm a Jewish Israeli.
In terms of answers,
still would not take it back.
No,
because you don't care about Jews. Because you don't care about.
You know what's interesting? I interviewed a German Israeli.
I'm trying to see who's doing the interrupting. Can't actually tell.
To exterminate the Jewish people.
Come on, have some dissonance.
That then puts huge pressure on Germany, which has decided to make the Palestinian people pay for the grievous crimes it committed by attempting to exterminate the Jewish people.
Come on, have some dissonance.
And the second point.
So Owen's getting interrupted. Okay, well, whatever. Fucking. What a fucking ridiculous thing to say, but also what a like. Why not point out the contradiction, or even just ask the question? Because I feel like people like Owen Jones, they do this a lot, is where they almost do it's almost the Jordan Peterson thing, where they'll kind of lead you down the line of a particular claim, but they'll never phrase it in its like categorical sense. So, for example, Owen Jones saying Germany supports Israel because they want Palestinians to pay for the guilt of the Holocaust, basically. Let's talk about what that tangibly means, all right? What that actually means is that that Germany believes Israel is committing genocide in the Palestinians, and they believe that them doing that is good because it allows the Jews to take out their pain of the Holocaust on someone else that's not German. Like, I'd want him to actually explain the thought process that's going on there, and that because he's suggesting that Germans think Palestinians getting genocided. This is where Owen Jones's world is, right? He thinks that Germans think that genociding Palestinians will alleviate the guilt of the Holocaust. But if you word it in that way, it sounds fucking insane. It sounds like you've just told an entire nation and its polity that they are collectively schizophrenic, right? Make him commit to that. Make him commit to the logical conclusion of what he's saying, rather than just him leaving it in this kind of nebulous, what the fuck are you talking about sphere. Reaching a bit. Do you think I'm reaching, or do you think Owen Jones is reaching? You can tell me what else it means. How am I reaching, Alex D? I think it's more that Germany has unyielding loyalty to Israel because of so they can't. That's a different claim, though. That's a different claim. That's not Germany wanting Palestinians to pay for the guilt of the Holocaust. That is a different claim to Germany feels like they owe Israel allegiance because they feel guilty about the Holocaust. Those are two different things. I don't think you understand how massively different they are. One is Germany wants to defend another state, another nation, because of guilt, versus Israel wants another ethnic group to get fucking annihilated because of guilt. You understand the difference there? It's not a reach on his statement. It is absolutely not a reach in his statement. Steelman his argument. You fucking read his argument is that Germany has obscene guilt for the Holocaust, and so they want Palestinians to pay the price for it. That's what he said, no?
Then puts huge pressure on Germany, which has decided to make the Palestinian people pay for the grievous crimes it committed by attempting to exterminate the Jewish people.
He's decided to make the Palestinians pay for their crimes. That sounds like intent. I'm the one reaching. Fuck you, stupid cunt. Fuck's sake. How does Palestinians getting bombed alleviate guilt? Why are you asking me? I don't think it does. Owen Jones is asking like it does. Acting like it does. Eek. Is it policy? Shut up. He means that the Palestinians pay the price for a Jewish state to protect Jews from a second Holocaust. That's a different claim, Elliot B. That is a different claim. That is not saying Germany has decided to make the Palestinians pay for its grievous crimes of the Holocaust. Like, that's not. You word it in that way. You are wording it in the most. If that's what he means, then he's retarded. He's wording it in the most irresponsible, ridiculous possible way, that he's making it sound like Germany has decided to aid and abet a genocide, which they've been actually accused of now by Nicaragua in the ICJ, that they've decided to aid and abet a genocide because they think it'll they think it'll alleviate Holocaust guilt. Fucking hell. I'm sorry, it's like you put out sensationalist messaging, you get people who make sensationalist conclusions. You lead people that way. Couldn't making them pay mean their land as a form of reparations? What, for the existence of Israel? No, I don't think that's what Owen Jones means. No, because Owen Jones spends the entirety of his fucking channel accusing Israel of committing genocide. You're being super autistic about this. Everyone knows what he means. Germany feels guilt, so they defend Israel no matter what. They even offered to defend them in the ICJ. No, you are being a fucking slime ball is what you're being. That is not, this is like fucking when people say abolish the police or defund the police, and you're like, oh, what? We should actually just like cut the police and just leave like criminals fucking running around, and they're like, oh no, what we're actually meaning is not abolish the police. We just mean maybe they need more training, actually maybe even almost like more police, or maybe what we're actually meaning is reform the system so there's actually like an alternative to policing. Like, no, when you say a thing, you are drawing people to certain conclusions, and if you want to talk in exaggerated and fucking obscenity, then you are pushing out those conclusions for people. Yes. I don't know if do you understand? That it's literally an ICJ case now. It's not like this claim is outlandish. It's not like he's worded it in a way that leads you to a claim that's just like that's unthinkable. There's literally an ICJ case now from Nicaragua saying that Berlin support that they enable acts of genocide and breaching humanitarian law. And I think for aiding and abetting, don't you need mens rea for that? Yeah, if they're breaching the Genocide Convention, you would need at least mens rea for aiding and abetting. That's been the case in the past. So Owen Jones saying that when there is clearly a substantial portion of people who believe it, I don't care if what he actually means is Israel just wants to pay for the Holocaust by defending Israel uncritically. And unfortunately, that the people who get hurt because of Germany's support are Palestinians. If you want to take that and phrase it as Germany has decided to make the Palestinians pay for the Holocaust, these are two different claims. If you take them literally, they are two different claims. And especially taking them literally matters because that second one, that literal interpretation of that second one, is actually being taken to the fucking ICJ. No, I'm not being autistic. Okay? Stop. Is it just me or is Loner's mic acting weird? Is it? What's it doing? What's my mic doing? Okay, Jones is being sensational, move on. I will not move on. Not while there are fucking people who don't understand what's happening here. The fact that someone can do the most inflammatory, irresponsible rhetoric and get away with it because people who want to defend him in the most charitable possible way know what he's saying. That doesn't matter though. You would never say this about other people who talk in like this kind of messaging. You'd never do that. You'd never do it. Fuck. It's okay. I'm over it. How's the weather today? It's reasonable. It's good. I can understand it. Better question is how's the Vyvanse? The Vyvanse is all right. I feel okay. I feel like I feel chill. I don't normally feel chill sitting in my chair. It's been like almost 2 hours now, an hour 40. And I feel like fairly reasonable. Huh. You were roid raging just now. There's a difference between me getting triggered and me being like angry. When I get triggered, I don't feel angry. It's almost like it's almost an enjoyable feeling because I like arguing. It's not the same as me feeling angry. I don't really know how to explain it, but Dismir, thanks for the $5. Why don't they ask what Israel is doing to prevent tragedies like this in the future? The number of trucks don't matter if future aid is gone due to attacks. That's a good point. Yeah, that would be a good question. Yeah, because now that WCK have fucked off, a good question is like, well, yeah, and a couple of other organizations fucked off as well, is you can get more trucks in, but that distribution problem is like, is that really what you're going to focus on now? Is that hopefully what the redeployment of troops is about? We'll see. Because you could have 320 trucks going into Gaza yesterday. That's great, but that's never been the primary issue. The primary issue was distribution. So you're going to address that as well? Who knows? Morgan, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I hope you're doing well too. Severalizer, thanks for the 6 shekels. Mexican food or fried chicken? I need to know right now. Fried chicken. Not a big fan of Mexican food. I like burritos though. I do like burritos. As long as they're fat and girthy enough. Did you get the chance to play gigs or was it mostly production and practice? Yeah, I did play gigs in the past, yeah. None of them ever, when I did, well, my old band did get filmed a few times. But when I led a band myself, like when I wrote all the parts and just gave people sheets, that's what I did. I don't think we ever actually got any videos, unfortunately. And that was the stuff I kind of cared the most about, so. Do you like rap? Sometimes, not very often. I've recently been getting more into Kanye tunes. We want more music streams. Well, the next thing I need to do is, because I can't be fucked plugging in my, like, setting on my amp again. Left turn left, thanks for the sub on Twitch. Wow. Not even on Twitch. I think I need to... No way you gave people sheets. I did give people sheets. Why did you remove your songs from Spotify? Because I want to re-release them under a new name. The next thing I need is I need a guitar amp plugin. Because if I can just do guitar stuff by plugging it into my interface, then I could do it on stream, record some guitar parts, like electric guitar, rather than setting up my fucking pedal board and miking it up and shit, because that's a pain in the ass. But I think it's £200. And I'm just thinking, do I really want to spend £200 on software that I might end up just using for a week and then getting bored, going back to the amp. Because that is something that I can also use outside of the software. You can give me your pedal board. My pedal board's a banger. Set it as a sub goal. The software's $200. Yeah, Amplitude, I think, is Amplitude or Tude? Amplitude 5 is what? Make an Amazon wish list. It's 199 euros. Yeah. I mean, hopefully that comes with all the right pedals. Hopefully. Presets? No, not presets. I don't care about presets. I could probably send you a copy. Could you? Wow, crazy. But Pro Tools is very fucky with that. Pro Tools needs your license to use it. Sounds like you're spending £200 then. Yeah, maybe. Real name. Don't be a fucking creep, Jamie. Fuck off. Sire Durf. I think that's Kier Durf. I don't know. Thanks for the £5. As a German lefty living in the UK and currently very pissed off with Owen Jones, thank you for your level-headed coverage of the whole issue. Oh, thanks. I really appreciate that. It's okay. Owen Jones has decided that that's what he wants to do. He wants to grandstand and posture to people that already agree with him, because no one who doesn't already agree with him is going to fall for that bullshit. Barely anyone. Anyway. Talk about Kasparian yet? What's she been doing? What's she done? Oh, was she talking about not voting? She's actually, and they've got big audiences as well. It was her and a few people, wasn't it? All of TYT, Kyle and Crystal, bro. They have big audiences. Over Palestine, right? That's why. Oh, God. Why are you taking up the role of being the John Aziz on YouTube? I don't really identify with John Aziz that much. If you actually can't see the difference, because John Aziz, as far as I know, just as far as I know, he just goes on fucking Twitter and puts his little fucking peace dove picture and says, all I want is peace. It's like, that's not really, like, maybe some things he says I might agree with, but he reminds me of someone who's he makes me feel like he's trying to win Miss America the way he talks. Like, it just feels kind of shallow, but it's only a Twitter account, so I don't fucking know. You don't really understand the problem that Palestinians, like, it's not just about peace, it's also about justice, right? Like, Trump's plan was fucking peace. But I mean, if you can't see the difference between that, then it's your problem, not mine. Bernie went on Pod Save America to put it to Biden. Did he? Let's see. Are we gonna go over Turkish not soon, not anytime soon. Omar and him fought and he blocked Omar. What, he blocked the Omar Badar guy? Him? Are we going to talk about Iversen? I think so. I think we ought to talk about Ms. Iversen. The Swedish Palestinian kid. I don't know who that is. I don't really know. Maybe I need to engage with Twitter more often. Maybe that's what I'm missing out on. Let me go bathroom, though, and then we'll do Kim Iversen and the Holocaust. Okay, cool. That's a good sentence. 1 second. By not being on Twitter, that's probably why you're going to stay sane, Lornerbox. I recommend against it. Nah. That stuff doesn't fuck with my head that much. Didn't hear the sync. That's because my mic was muted. Sherlock. Okay. Oh. So apparently Twitch is okay with you watching banned streamers now. That's interesting. Okay. First stream I've ever been to and it's just blank. Yeah, well, that's gotta take breaks, you know. What else am I gonna do? Die? It's a hard job. Low social battery. All right, let's see. Kim Iversen apparently has takes on the Holocaust. I don't even know who this person is, but this was a popular video. So Vosh reacting to it, Destiny reacting to it. Who knows? Let's see. SDL. Let's go.
Everything is Holocaust denial, even though that has a very specific meaning. So we are seeing a rise of Holocaust questioning, Holocaust skepticism. For me personally, I think, of course, there's some exaggeration. I think with the, you know, I do think, of course, there's some exaggeration to the stories.
Huh. Fucking, she's fired right in there, is she? Okay. Now, here's the problem with 99% of Holocaust deniers, is they claim to be skeptical, but they're not actually skeptical. They're not actually they've not actually looked at how maybe the numbers were taken or how the evidence was gathered for certain things. They thought, oh, I don't know if really that, like, that there's a hole here, and how can we really be sure about this particular document because it came from this person? Like, it's never that. It's just you decide that you're going to take this position and you just call it skepticism. There's very rarely any sense of actual curiosity or any kind of critical thought that's gone into forming that position. It's just kind of like, you just call it skeptical or just call it like being inquisitive about certain details, but you never actually look at any of the answers to the questions or anything like that. Yeah, that's kind of where it comes from. That's why it's not really like honest skepticism. But let's see, what's she gonna say? She's got 2 minutes to say what she thinks was exaggerated. So
there was absolutely 100% an atrocity that was committed against the Jewish people during World War II. I think that's undeniable. We've seen we have photographic evidence, we have eyewitnesses, we've got logs. The Germans kept great records. We know that they committed a horrible, horrible atrocity against the Jewish people and any other group of people they deemed to be undesirable, the Jewish people being the top of that list. Now, were the numbers inflated? Was it 6 million? I don't know. Was it, did they turn Jewish people into lampshades and soap? I think that's been debunked, right? There's things that I think have been exaggerated, but that is not done by just the Jewish people. That's done by the victors and the victims. And that happens in every single war. That happens in just everyday life. Whenever there's a hero, the story kind of gets inflated, right? Because the hero...
Why does she not... See, this is the thing, is like, did 6 million die? I don't know. Well, if you know that the Nazis kept records, and you know that there are eyewitness testimonies, and you know that it's quite well documented, why don't you know about 6 million? That's to me is like, that's a Holocaust denier statement. Like, when you say that, you are leaving it open to your audience to go out and say, well, actually, it's much less. Because the reason we came to 6 million, and there were some estimates before the people decided on 6 million, there were some estimates that ranged between sort of 5 and 7 million, but the 6 million number came from two things. One is it came from Nazi records, like compiling literally hundreds of thousands of Nazi documents, because there was just too much for them to destroy everything. They actually left a massive paper trail behind. Records from the camps, records from the Einsatzgruppen, where they literally had different maps and pictures of fucking coffins with numbers next to them of like 130,000 killed here, 40,000 killed here. They had all that. That's one way. And then the other way that they arrived at 6 million was that combined with census data before and after the event. And that's how we have more or less like a breakdown of just under 3 million killed in the camps, about between 1 and 2 million, I think, killed by the death squads, and then maybe another million killed in the camps, in the ghettos, a couple of 100,000 killed in outside of camps. That's how we know. Like, we also know because once people realized the extent of what had happened, they very, very quickly set historians and people down there to document, and film crews and everything, like, because they wanted to document as much as they possibly could. Like, the Holocaust is not an event that has any issue with, compared to other atrocities, the Holocaust is pretty well documented, right? It's not even like, say, with Israel-Palestine, where the Arab states just have like closed archives, and the only country with open archives is Israel. It's not like that, right? It's like there was lots of access gained to Nazi documents, because obviously they were defeated, right? They couldn't seal their archives because they fled the areas where they were carrying out the Holocaust. And we also have all the documentation of the intent, from whether it's like diary entries or from the Wannsee conference, or from documents that got circulated from amongst the leadership. Like, although there's no single document from the Nazis for a full number of dead in the Holocaust, so there's no single document for Hitler ordering it, there are single documents of Hitler signing off on certain massacres that happened during the Holocaust. Like, a lot of people don't know that. There are written records from all the different layers of the bureaucracy talking about which train load of Jews is going in which direction, and whether, like, are they going to a concentration camp, or are they going to fucking Treblinka, where they're probably going to die? Like, yeah. But yeah, the calculation is mostly from census data and just from Nazi documents themselves. Sounds like a policy. Hey, good memes. All right.
Wants to sound more like a hero than they really were. But that is not done by just the Jewish people. That's done by the victors and the victims. And that happens in undesirable, the Jewish people being the top of that list. Now, were the numbers inflated? Was it 6 million? I don't know. Was it, did they turn Jewish people into lampshades and soap? I think that's been debunked, right? There's things that I think have been exaggerated, but that is not done by just the Jewish people. That's done by the victors and the victims. And that happens in every single war. That happens in just everyday life. Whenever there's a hero, the story kind of gets inflated.
Does she think the numbers, that 6 million numbers, comes from witness statements? There are parts of the Holocaust that come from witness statements, but again, there were lots of survivors, so we do actually have lots of different. Yeah, we do actually have quite a lot of witness testimony, but again, witness testimony, when it comes from the time, is generally quite well believed. Although if there were people who said things that are, if there were people who said things that were exaggerated, and maybe like one witness said something about a particular camp, but no other witness said it, that's taken into account as well. As for the lampshades, I think there was never a systemic thing about lampshades, I don't think, but I'm pretty sure like there was at least one instance where someone did try to make a lampshade out of the skin that they'd taken from victims of the Holocaust. Wasn't it Buchenwald? Hang on. The soap thing, I'm almost 100% sure was real. Hang on. Soap, Holocaust. Let's double check. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, it was in. Human fat was used to produce soap in Gdansk during the war. This is from Auschwitz.org. General cleaning purposes at the Anatomy Institute of the Gdansk Medical Academy under the direction of Professor Rudolf Spanner during the Second World War. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was actually photographed as well, yeah. So I don't know why she's going to that particular argument. Was this the person? The Buchenwald. She was accused of having selected tattooed prisoners to be killed in order to have decorative objects such as lampshades and book bindings made from their skins. For example, inmates Josef Ackermann and Gustav Wegerer testified in 1950 that they had witnessed, circa August 41, a lampshade being prepared from the human skin to be presented to Ilse Koch. This crime, however, has been said to be apocryphal. Various objects fashioned from human skin were discovered in Buchenwald's pathology department at Liberation. Their connection to Koch was okay. So yeah, it was just who did it. This is what I thought. I thought there were some objects, but just this was not systematic. This was just like a person who was in charge of one of the camps, or a person who worked at one of the camps, just kind of like doing their own thing and obviously being allowed to do it. The more likely culprit was Dr. Erich Wagner, who wrote a dissertation while serving at Buchenwald on the purported link he saw between human habitual criminality and practice of tattooing on one's skin. Authoritative testimony from numerous witnesses at Koch's post-war trials firmly established that she had made extensive use of slave labor at the camp, assaulted inmates, reported them for beatings. Yeah. The bitch of Buchenwald. Wow. They blamed it on a woman.
Right, because the hero wants to sound more like a hero than they really were. The victim...
More charitable, maybe Kim means it wasn't systematic lampshade making. No, this person is brain damaged, okay? Like, she just said, did they make people into lampshades? I was like, well, some of them did. One or two of them seem to have done that, yeah. That's also a thing as well, though, is that people will use maybe an imaginary argument, because I don't know how many Holocaust historians are out here saying that there was a systematic Nazi policy of turning people into lampshades, but they'll pretend that's the claim they're fighting against, and then they'll make and then that just means the lampshade story was debunked. And someone who's just your standard Holocaust denier, that's where their knowledge begins and ends. There's a lampshade thing and it's been debunked. But as far as we know, for the longest time, because again, this is a pretty well-documented event, it's been very well documented for a very long time, the lampshades thing is that one or two people skinned people and made them into lampshades. Yeah. It's like the 40 beheaded baby straw man, pretty much, yeah.
People want to find out what horrible thing happened to you, and then they ask them to tell the story, and they kind of prod it and poke it into a way where, of course, it exaggerates a bit. To what level? It depends. Sometimes things are grossly exaggerated. Sometimes they're just minimally exaggerated. But of course, history is written by the victors. And so, yes, I think that if you...
That's also not true. The numbers for the Holocaust did not come from the victors. They came from historians. And historians can challenge that if they want to. That's why there was initially some kind of debate about the numbers. Some estimates said 5 million, other estimates said 7 million. It just seemed to be that 6 million was the most common one, like amongst them. Yeah, fuck. I don't think any credible estimate ever really went much below 5 million, though. So. God, it's such a stupid, like, these, like, platitudes. History is written by the victors. It just, like, again, that's the kind of thing you say if you have no idea, if you have no single clue about how history works. That's it. Like, that's why you would say that. And you've never had any curiosity, and you've never actually looked into where the Holocaust numbers came from. You've never looked into any of the, like, what the actual historical consensus is. You've never looked at what parts of the consensus are more shaky than others. You've never looked at any of that. You just want to deny something, and you're just going to, like, go off this surface level, like, uncurious fucking springboard, and just, that's it. That's where it begins and ends. It's where it, like, she'll say, like, oh, people might have exaggerated things because that's what they do, because that's how history works and history. But really, the beginning and end of her analysis, and you can tell just the way she's talking about it, is, I don't think this is true. Not going to look into it. That's it. I don't think so. Like, yeah, I doubt the 6 million thing, or I don't know for some reason, and I think it's exaggerated. So that's where it begins and ends. There's nothing underlying that. The rest of this is just going to be dead space.
If you're being a healthy, skeptical, logical person, you would read the history books and know that it makes us look great as victors that saved the Jews from this horrible Holocaust if it's slightly exaggerated.
Again, which fucking history book is she talking about that you will understand the argument she's making if you read it? That's another thing as well. When people ever, how is it the case? How is it the case that people who say that if you read a book, you'll understand, or you should go read a book, why is it they never talk like someone who's read any books about the thing they're mentioning? Why is that always the case? Surely there is some people who say go read a book and they actually have read a book and they can explain the books to you and the contents, everything. Fuck me.
It makes the Jews look more victimized if the victimization was horrific, maybe more horrific than it was really horrific, though. I don't think that that's really truly disputed. But then, I'm probably going to be called a Holocaust denier for even just having a logical outlook of how history is written, how we see just things even unfold.
Okay. So the logical approach is to go, well, I don't know. But history's written by the victors. Okay. We know that's not true, actually, though, because the way she's talking about politicians using history to push especially the Holocaust, to push their goals, is they say things that historians disagree with. When politicians try to appeal to history for their political gains, they tend to say shit that historians might not agree with. Like Netanyahu saying that al-Husseini was the one who inspired Hitler to use the fucking gas chambers. Historians don't agree with that, even though it's the Holocaust being used and people's role, like a particular person's role in the Holocaust being exaggerated for political means. If history was written by the victors, Israel-Palestine wouldn't be an issue. Well, yeah. I mean, Israeli history at one point was written by the victors. It was back when the old historians only really had access to the testimonies and news clippings that were publicly available of people who were there at the time from 48. But when Israel's archives got released, that history that was written by the victors was contradicted by historians. It was contradicted by people like Morris and Avi Schleim and even Ilan Pape to an extent. It was that history that was written by the victors was contradicted by historians who used the archives of the victorious nation. You know what? I think every time something like this comes up, we should just... I want you guys to know. I want to show you guys just how easy it is to answer some of these basic questions. Because your most basic Holocaust denier might just be like, okay, how do we know it was 6 million then? Where did that come from? Like, because that didn't come from witness statements. Okay. Well, let's just look at how we know. Maybe we'll do a thing. Let's maybe we'll do this more often on stream. Let's just read a bit out of the Holocaust Encyclopedia. Let's just get a little start. I think this part is actually quite short. It doesn't take long to explain this thing. Oop. How many people did the Nazis murder? Okay. Nazi Germany committed mass murder on an unprecedented scale. The Nazis and their allies, whoa, fuck that, fuck off. All right. And collaborators killed 6 million Jewish people. The systematic state-sponsored genocide is now known as the Holocaust. The Nazis and their allies and collaborators also committed other mass atrocities. They persecuted and killed millions of non-Jewish people during World War II. So, key fact, 6 million. Okay, we know all that. Okay. Also other people, Soviet POWs, ethnic Poles, Roma, people with disabilities, okay. Nazi Germany committed mass murder on an unprecedented scale. Before and especially during World War II, the Nazi German regime perpetrated the Holocaust and other mass atrocities. In the aftermath of these crimes, calculating the number of victims became important for legal, historical, ethical, and educational reasons. The statistics below were calculated using a number of different sources. These sources include surviving German reports and records, pre-war and post-war demographic studies, records created by Jews during and after the war, documentation created by resistance groups and underground activists, as well as other available extant archival sources. And you can see examples here of documentation. I think this is, this is from the euthanasia program. Let's go here. This is the Einsatzgruppen map. See that? They say that they killed 963 here, 3,600 here, 41,000 down here. Undated German report of Einsatzgruppen A. How many Einsatzgruppen were there? Was there 4 or 5? How many? The death squads. Was it A to D or A to E? Or was it C, was it 3? Was it A to C? Oh no, it was 7. There you go. That's quite a lot. Okay. And this is for Einsatzgruppen A in 1941. Listing of Jews for deportation to Riga. Census card. This is when people with Jewish blood, I think, had to record themselves in the census in Romania. Census cards, Romania. German map of the Baltic countries where they actually went to each region and figured out the number of Jews in each region. 7,729 here, down to 9 here. How do you combat people who think sites and documents like these are Jew tampered? Then they are an unbreakable wall. Nothing will change their mind. Nothing. That's their all roads will lead to Rome. Like, some people are so committed to something that any piece of information they will process it into a way that suits them. That's just what happens. How many died? 6 million. Holocaust, the basic tenet of Nazi ideology, prejudice. The two main methods of murder were poison gas and mass shootings. They also murdered Jews and other acts of violence by deliberately denying them access to adequate food, shelter, medical care, and other necessities. The below statistics list the number of Jewish people killed in killing centers, sometimes called death camps or extermination camps. In mass shooting operations and associated massacres as prisoners in camps and ghettos, and outside of sites of detention and other acts of violence. So is it 2.7 million in the 5 death camps, which were Chelmno, Treblinka, Sobibor, Birkenau, Belchets, right? Yeah. Some people said that Majdanek counts as a death camp, but I think it's not. It's considered more of a concentration camp than a death camp. But yeah, these ones like Birkenau, Treblinka, these 5 here were the ones where you just went there and you died. That was it. $2 million in mass shooting operations. Ghettos between 800,000 and 1 million. Dachau was a concentration camp, not a death camp. There's no single document, but there are hundreds of thousands of pages of Nazi German documents that recorded this information. One of the best documented aspects of the Holocaust by the perpetrators are transports to and gassing operations at killing centers. Thus, we know with some specificity and precision the death toll for each of the 5 killing centers of the Holocaust. 2.7 million murdered at 5 killing centers. And there's the breakdown. I think they count the Auschwitz complex as one. I wonder how many it was for just Birkenau. Oh well. Almost 1 million at Treblinka. Okay. I think Sobibor and Chelmno were both brought up and taken down at about the same time. The breakout from Sobibor is basically the same as October 7th. Shut up. Oh yeah, because a bunch of people escaped, didn't they? They went into the woods. This is all the numbers for other groups that they killed. 3.3 million Soviet POWs, Poles, even Jehovah's Witnesses, hundreds, possibly thousands of gay and bisexual men, perhaps hundreds of black people in Germany. Were there camps in Ukraine? I don't know if there were concentration camps, but there were the death camps were all in Poland. All 5 of them. I think 3 of them were at the border, though, like at the eastern border of Poland. Documenting Nazi crimes. As it became clear that they were losing the war, the Nazis attempted to destroy evidence of their atrocities. They exhumed mass graves and burned corpses. They also attempted to burn and otherwise destroy the hundreds of thousands of pieces of paper on which they had documented their crimes. But Nazi mass murder was so extensive and destructive that it was impossible to completely cover up the crimes and destroy the evidence. It was obvious that millions of people were dead and that entire countries were. Despite the Nazis' efforts, both the documents and witnesses survived. Combined, they provide irrefutable proof of the Holocaust and other mass atrocities. Witness accounts and testimonies in Nazi German documents served as evidence in post-war trials. They also became the foundation of the historical record. Nazi Germany's extensive paper trail formed the basis of the case against Nazi leaders and organizations at the International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg. In other post-war trials, Nazi German documents helped prove that individuals had perpetrated specific crimes. Witness testimonies in post-war trials also helped convict perpetrators. Survivors documented their experiences in memoirs, diaries, and written and oral testimonies. In some cases, written testimonies survived, but their authors did not. Survivors spearheaded the creation of archives, memorials, and museums, among them the United States Holocaust Museum. Yeah. So, if you didn't know how we know 6 million, there you go. That's like a good start. That's the basics. You're asking if the Polish death camps were in pre-war or post-war Poland. I'm pretty sure it's in the post-war borders, but death camps map. Let's see. This does not tell you death count. Okay. Here. No, I think this is modern. This is present day board. No, is it? Belchet, Sobibor, and Treblinka. Sobibor was the most on the border. Auschwitz and Chelmno, sorry, are both Poland. I think because these are German versions of Polish town names. I think. Here. Is there going to be a Google map? Sobibor was in Poland, yeah. Yeah, it's not. It wasn't in fucking like Lviv or anything that Poland had before the war. No. Close though. Not far, because this was there, and then there's also Chelmno, which is here. Yeah. No, it's all in Poland. That part of it, anyway. Obviously, the death squads went all over Eastern Europe. Anyway. That's our... I guess that's the Holocaust denial fucking education for the stream. Someone asking about the traumatized soldiers. Yeah, there were a few reasons they went from bullets to Zyklon B to murder the Jews, because the one was that bullets were just too expensive compared to Zyklon B. I think it was a cost thing. But it was also because it traumatized the soldiers. One of the reasons that they stopped doing, that they went from death squads to death camps, was that getting people to just round up tens of thousands of Jews potentially and just shoot them and put them in holes, or to just go around the continent just doing it to a few hundred people at a time, then the problem was that a bunch of soldiers just refused to do it. And they eventually started looking for alternatives. One alternative they tried was like exhaust pipes from trucks. I think they tried that at Treblinka, but that wasn't very efficient either. And yeah, eventually they just kind of like figured out that Zyklon B, which is used for like delousing, would actually did a very good job at killing people in small amounts, because you need a lot less. That's another thing. You need a lot less Zyklon B to kill a human than you need to kill lice. And what was I going to say? That also allowed them to do it in a very depersonalized way, that people could just drop the Zyklon B down the fucking hole and not see the people suffering as they did it. Yeah. Himmler found the shooting gross when he watched a few. I didn't know about that, but if that's true, that's actually quite surprising, because Himmler was especially insane. Himmler would go around the concentration camps and he would give people sort of like limits for how many lashes they were allowed to give in a particular session to an inmate who was being punished. So really, if you were an inmate at any of these camps that Himmler was visiting, you were really just at the mercy of what mood Himmler was in that day. Like maybe the maximum would be 7, maybe the maximum would be 15, or maybe it would be 5, you know? Like, yeah. Hello, Psychodynamic. How's it going? Himmler was a schizo in general. Well, What else? What else, chat? You know what I wonder? Someone in chat's hinted to it, is why Piers Morgan keeps on taking the same conveyor belt cast onto his show for Israel-Palestine, but he hasn't taken on, I don't think, people like Pape or Khalidi or Morris. I don't know why it's always just like he's only going after the mouthpieces. Like the schizo mouthpieces. I'm being boring. What do you want me to do, Psychodynamic? What would be more interesting to you right now? What would make this a more enjoyable stream for you, Dick? All right. God, chat is moving quickly. What the fuck, you guys? You guys have a lot to say today. What the fuck? Why we got such a busy chat? You want to do a gym stream? Nope. Pills are kicking in. Yeah, I'm just getting more feedback. Okay. Wasn't Heydrich responsible for a lot of the Holocaust? I'm pretty sure he was one of the chief architects, yes. Reinhard Heydrich. DGG, are they watching? I thought it's usually only like 50 of them watching. 44. No? 29. It's only 29 DGGers watching. Oh look, he's in his chat. He's talking to his guys. What's he sending them? Huh? Okay, whatever. I don't know why he posted that in his chat, but okay, whatever. It's the combo of Twitch and YouTube chat. No, it's just YouTube chat going off. It's not. No, stop. Oh, now you guys are telling him to say hi to me in chat. That's cute. Okay. Wow. Wow. Okay. Ooh. Should Pierce invite Chud? Should Pierce invite Chud on? Yeah, maybe. I feel like for royal family drama, that would be good. Thanks for the sub, Double Rifter. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the prime. Let's just watch the Finkel shit. See how it's. Why is this video 45 minutes long? What do they talk about for that much time? And why is he Zeke Heiling? Oh, God. Is it Finkel time? Vyvanse coming in clutch now. I like it. I actually like this medication. It's much... Ritalin is shit compared to this. Why the fuck do people take Ritalin? I guess it's different for different people, but my God.
If you lock 2 million people in a concentration camp, don't react with shock at what happened on October 7th.
Ultimately, they are not war crimes at all. But we're not letting you impose a double standard on me. No, I'm going to finish my statement. It's an abomination to even suggest that martyrdom could justify what happened on October 7th. Shame.
This is
Jewish
pure science fiction, which everybody's listening now. Piers Morgan has a very large audience. Piers, please tell them to stop.
The issue of settlements, I think, is pretty much indefensible.
There's only one international legal body that says the blockade of Gaza is not collective punishment.
You would not condemn the Nazis, Hitler, Goebbels, and Goering, because they too.
Why is he? I could just tell they're both going to be so shit. Why are they so shit?
went through suffering after the end of the First World War. It's
If anything, Norman's going to mug him. I think that's what's going to happen.
despicable.
Goebbels. Why can't Americans say Goebbels? Why can't they say that? There's not actually an R there, is there? It's Goebbels. Goebbels. Joseph Goebbels. Is it psychodynamic? You can tell me. You're the more Nordic fucking speaker, or any Germans in chat. Pedro. Is it? It's not Gorbels.
Goebbels.
Goebbels. Yeah, that's what I said. Goebbels. Your pronunciation was correct. That's what I thought. You didn't even need to tell me. I knew it already. Just checking. Because it's an O with an umlaut.
One of the things I'm told most often in debates about the Israel-Hamas war from both sides is that history didn't begin on October the 7th.
When English people say it, it sounds like they're saying Goebbels because they sound like they say it the way that an English person would say an R, because they don't pronounce the R. So you can imagine an R in there when they go Goebbels, but it's not. It's just, why do people do it? You got to say the O correctly. Goebbels. Is that not right?
And that is true. There's no context that justifies the Hamas terror attack that day. But it's wrong to deny that any context existed before that. 6 months on from the atrocity, we're debating that context here in more detail. There's not an argument about 3,000 years of ancestry and who got there first, but it is about the conflict of conditions over the last century that frame almost everything about the war that's raging today. My two guests are scholars with deeply opposing views, and a feud that's well documented, has its own Wikipedia page. But they've agreed to debate with this today with me over the ideas, not the individuals. Author and political scientist, Professor Norman Finkelstein, and the lawyer and author of War Against...
You know, if Germans want to do smiley faces, like the shocked smiley face, they don't need to do a colon and an O. They can just do a capital O with an umlaut, can't they? Or a small O if it's like a small shock. Like a... Or a... If Germans want to do they do that though? I know Russians, when they're talking to English speakers, they just like, they don't have the colon, so they just do that. They just do a bracket, like a closed bracket for their smiley faces. The Germans do an O with an umlaut for their shock faces? It's not an umlaut. What the fuck is it? You on Vivance? Yeah, Ranton, how's it going? Yeah. I could probably meditate on this stuff and not want to kill myself. It's possible.
To Jews and former Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz. Well, welcome to both of you. I thought we'd start this because it's something that comes up all the time, where people say to me, it didn't start on October the 7th. And of course, I realise that the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians is not something that began just a few months ago. And you could argue it goes back thousands of years, but I'm not going to get into that part of the argument. What I want to do is take as a starting point for the modern era of conflict, 75 years, of 1947, when the UK turned the Palestine problem over to the United Nations, who decided to split Palestine into two different countries. Let's take that as the catalyst for what has followed.
Piers Morgan's been reading the Wikipedia.
What I want to do is give each of you, at the start, 2 minutes or so, to just outline what you think happened at the start that has basically been the catalyst for what followed. So Norman Finkelstein, let me start with you. Just outline from 1947, what happened then that you believe created really the problem that followed?
I think the problem that followed can be very easily summarized by two statements of the chief Israeli historian, Benny Morris. Statement number one, he said...
Bro! I think we can use two quotes, two sentences that I've chimped out of context. Oh God, he loves Benny Morris. He's a Benny Morris orbiter. He's an anti-orbiter.
In his comprehensive history of the conflict, he states, one,
transfer is
that
inevitable.
The fear of Arab displacement and dispossession was the chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism.
Oh, it's from Righteous Victims.
His second statement is the idea of transfer, which is what the euphemism for expulsion, the idea of transfer was inbuilt and inevitable in Zionism.
So if you know the content, you ask Finkelstein to this. You would ask him this question. You would say, when Benny Morris wrote transfer was inevitable and inbuilt to Zionism, was he referring to the Nakba? Was he saying the Nakba was inevitable and inbuilt? Because if Finkelstein says yes, he is either lying or he doesn't understand the content that he's quoting from.
That to me is the starting point. The fear, the rational fear of the Palestinian people that should the Zionist idea be realized, it would result in their territorial dispossession and displacement. It's no different than the fear of our own, meaning the US, Native Americans, that the success of the Euro-American enterprise in the United States would be at the expense of our native population. The fear, the rational fear of territorial displacement.
Gabriel, thanks for the tier 1 sub. He's using Morris the entire video. Okay, good.
And dispossession.
Okay, that's very clear. Alan Dershowitz, would you actually disagree with that?
Airtight argument, by the way. Alex, oh my God. Alex, can you tell me, actually, do you think when he says transfer was inbuilt and inevitable, do you think Finkelstein, do you think Morris is saying that the Nakba was inevitable when he's referring to transfer being inevitable? What do you think he's talking about in those 25 pages? So what? It's an inbuilt idea. What? That like buying houses, buying land and evicting tenant farmers, like that? Because that's mostly what he's referring to when he says that it was like always there with Zionism. Ugh. That eventually Zionists would take over the ancestral land. In one way or another, Nakba or not. Yeah, that's the point though, right? So do you think... Now the difference is that I know what he means when he says transfer was inevitable and expulsion. Is because Finkelstein, when he's not being challenged in his older essays, says that the Nakba was a systematic expulsion. It was a systematic campaign of state-sponsored terror and expulsion. Like... That's how he lays out the history. But when it comes to the Morris argument, Morris would also argue that the 47 partition plan, and he does this in The Birth of the Palestinian Refugee Problem, he says, actually, I think he even says it in the chapter that Finkelstein's referencing. Let me see where he says it. Because I'd also maybe want to know, Alex D, I got one more question for you. Do you think the Nakba would have happened even if the Arabs accepted the partition plan? No. So you disagree with Finkelstein? Let me see.
In terms of an assessment of how this made Palestinians feel? And were they wrong to feel it?
I wouldn't.
It's here. I think this is from this. No, it's Introduction to the Revised Vision. In general, it cannot be stressed too strongly that while this is not a military history, the events it describes, cumulatively amounting to the Palestinian Arab exodus, occurred in wartime and were a product, direct and indirect, of that war, a war that the Palestinians started. The threat of battle and battle itself were the immediate backdrop to the various components of the exodus. Okay.
Just yes, and yes, they felt it and they were wrong to feel it. I have to go back just 10 years earlier. 1947-48, the Peel Commission was set up by Great Britain. It recommended dividing the mandate into a tiny little sliver of land along the Mediterranean for a Jewish state where there was a Jewish majority, and the Jewish majority would determine how that was governed. The Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, the leader of the Palestinian people, rejected it. He said there's no such thing as the Palestinians, we're just greater Arabs, and we don't want there to be a Palestinian state, we just want there not to be a Jewish state. And then in 1948, the UN divided, again, giving the vast majority of the arable land, the land that's usable, to the Arabs. Again, the Israelis accepted it, the Arabs rejected it. Again, there was a Jewish majority in the area that was set aside for Israel. But the Arabs attacked in a genocidal war and tried to destroy Israel. The key point, may have been motivated by fear, is that the Arab and Muslim people desperately didn't want there to be a Jewish entity. For the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, it was religious, that under Islamic law, you can't give any land that was Muslim land over to a Jewish land. And then since that time, 1967, 2000, 2001, 2005, 2007, Israel has been willing to accept a two-state solution. And every Arab leader has rejected it. And Israel abandoned the Gaza Strip in 2005, took out not only every living person, but every dead person who was buried, left behind hothouses and agricultural equipment.
So people in chat are saying that Weizmann said partition would only be a temporary arrangement for the next 20, 25 years. I know that Ben-Gurion said that in reference to the Peel Commission, not to the partition plan. Does anyone know when Weizmann said that? The partition would be temporary? Because first of all, people have already misquoted him slightly. The quote is him saying it might only be temporary. Obviously, that would depend on circumstances. You'd have a much harder time, given international opinion, of just invading a sovereign state than you would of fighting a war after the plan's been rejected. But when did Weizmann actually say that? Because I see this, like, for example, I look in the quote, might be a temporary arrangement, and I see it from Decolonize Palestine, where Goodreads, The Birth of Israel, where I don't think it's going to tell you, no page number or anything, nice one, where I don't think it's going to tell you exactly when he said it, because when he said it matters. And people do this with the Ben-Gurion quote as well. Excuse me. What about this one? Did he say it here? Did they tell you when he said it? Because when he said it is quite important. Addressing the Zionist executive. Does he say when there? No. Unless it's in the footnote. References? No. Decolonize Palestine again. Quora? No, obviously not. Ask historians? So Weizmann, when's he referring to? I wouldn't even be surprised if he said it in 47. I just want to know. Because it just seems interesting that people... It just seems quite interesting that people make that claim, but with the Ben Gurion one, they use it to refer to a different time. And people tend to just not put the date of the Ben Gurion one. So I just wonder if it's the same with Weizmann. It's not there because this is the Ben Gurion letter. Huh. Who knows? If anyone can find out when exactly that quote comes from, you can put it in stream chat because I just can't find it.
They had to protect their borders, and they only had the blockade, the major blockade, after Hamas took over in the
we're getting a little bit. I want to stop you there just because
Authority.
we're getting a little bit ahead of where I want to get to at the start of this debate.
Sure.
You've outlined your response to what Norman said there. Norman, in 1948, we had the NABCA, the catastrophe,
The
as
NABCA.
Palestinians called it. This is because the UN couldn't get people to agree to the proposal. Israel declared itself a state. War broke out. Israel gained more land, I think this is uncontestable, than the UN originally assigned. And many Palestinians were forced out of their homes. It's also true that at the same time...
Didn't Avi Schleim say that Israel never really accepted partition, like he couldn't find an official acceptance? So Barghouti said that about Avi Schleim, but I was pretty sure I was able to find Avi Schleim saying that it was accepted. I don't think this is a disputed... I don't even know if Schleim actually said that. Because this is Avi Schleim. It's the debate about 1948. Oh, he's saying the conventional Zionist account the Jews accepted. But does he say that they rejected it, that they didn't actually? Collusion across Jordan. Okay. Sela goes on to state, the conclusion myth implicitly assumes the possibility for both Zionist and Palestinian acceptance of the partition plan and its peaceful implementation. I assume nothing of the kind. On the contrary, precisely because the Palestinians rejected partition, I consider collaboration between Abdullah and the Jewish Agency to have been reasonable and realistic strategy for both sides. No, I don't think this has ever been a strong point. No one's ever tried to go on. I don't think anyone's ever tried to commit to this argument that the Zionists never actually accepted the partition plan. I don't think that's an argument I've heard made outside of just that one talk with Mustafa Barghouti. It is true that all Arab states, with the exception of Jordan, rejected the partition plan. Blood-curdling rhetoric, threats to throw Jews into the sea. Mufti's Holy War Army. I didn't know they were called the Holy War Army. Okay. Okay. No, I don't know.
Many Israelis were forced out of, or many Jewish people were forced.
I've already addressed the Ben Gurion quote. The Ben Gurion quote is him talking about the Peel Commission.
Out of their homes.
No, Finkel didn't claim the issue of rejected partition. Someone in chat said that.
In Arab countries. So there was a lot of displacement going on both sides. And I would ask you, if you look at that in totality, some people have said to me, if you actually go back to this period in time, both sides have a legitimate cause for complaint. Would you agree with that?
I can't agree with that because we have to stick hard and fast to the factual record. The factual record is fairly clear on what happened in 1947 to 49 in the case of Israel and Palestine. Roughly 750,000 Palestinians from what became the State of Israel were either expelled or fled in fear and ended up refugees. Now, it's important to keep in mind, Piers, because you, and I think generously, agreed to talk about the background. Frankly, I think you're the first person I've noticed willing to talk about the background, that about 270,000 of those Palestinians who were expelled during the first Arab-Israeli war, they ended up in Gaza. So if we want to take the point as a point of departure, 1947 to 49, the point of departure for Gaza is exactly the same. That's how Gaza became Gaza. 70% of the population of Gaza became Palestinian refugees. Now, as to the question of what's sometimes called a population exchange between the Arabs who resided in, the Jews who reside in the Arab world versus the Arabs who resided in what became the State of Israel, there really isn't. I don't want to get involved now in a scholarly debate because it's simply not the time and place. But there isn't any good scholarship on what happened with those Arab Jews in 1948. Some, like the Yemeni Jews, everybody agrees they came willingly. The question of the Iraqi Jews, it's kind of a blur what happened. I'm not going to take one position or another on it. But I don't think those other aspects of the conflict ought to distract us from.
Hang on. You know, in 47? Was it not 47 when there was a pogrom in Yemen? After the partition plan? Actually, a pogrom sparked by the partition plan. But if you leave after a pogrom, which killed... How many people died in this one? Oh, let's see. Yemen pogrom 47. So it's fled in fear for 1948, rightly so. But for the Yemeni Jews, they left of their own accord. They left willingly. Can you imagine? I think 87 Jews died in this pogrom. But if someone flees after hearing about Dershowitz, which is 100 people or 107 people or whatever, that's you flee in fear, which is correct. You do, yeah. You're pushed out because you don't want to take that chance of getting massacred. But if you leave after a pogrom, killing 87 people, that's your own choice. Okay. It's not like this was a blip. It's not like, especially after the 48 war, anti-Semitic attitudes in Yemen weren't going to go away anytime soon. Bro, Finkelstein.
From the fundamental question that you asked, and I think it's a very good question, to look at the background. And the background to what happened on October 7th, it began with the expulsion of about 300,000 Palestinians into Gaza, and now they comprise about 70 to 80% of the population of Gaza and their descendants.
Okay, well, Alan Dershowitz, you're disagreeing with what you're hearing there. Why?
Fundamentally, the Nakba was a self-imposed wound. Ben-Gurion, when he announced the establishment of Israel, welcomed all the Arabs to stay. He didn't want to expel a single one. But the Arab countries engaged in a genocidal war designed to kill
Oh
every
God, why can neither side just ever give a fair telling of what the fuck happened? First of all, Ben-Gurion did say that in the Declaration of Independence, but before the partition plan, the Zionists, and this was agreed more or less by the Jewish Agency, I think, or the, I think it was the Jewish Agency. They initially, even in partition, they were not going to give the Arabs Israeli citizenship. That wasn't the plan. The plan was to keep their citizenship on hold because they believed that if there was a war, like if there were hostilities from the other Arab countries, they would have the ability to expel them if they weren't citizens. That was a decision. Like there was no pre-partition plan scheme to expel them, but there was a plan to not give them citizenship because they thought that if there was a war, they would need to possibly expel the Arab population. Like some of them would have to leave or some of them would have to get forced out. That's what they believed. So you can poke a hole in that one. The second one, there is no evidence that the other Arab countries wanted to do a genocide. Al-Husseini, yeah, probably, but not the other Arab nations. The Arab nations didn't want anything to do with Husseini for the most part. Jordan wanted to keep their part of the West Bank and East Jerusalem without fighting the Israelis all that much. The Egyptians wanted territory. The Syrians wanted territory. The Lebanese just kind of wanted to make it look like they were doing something whilst also not really getting too involved. So he's already opened himself up to two fucking harpoons.
Free Jew and destroy Israel. It was as a result of that invasion that Palestinians left or were expelled. Now, I happen to have studied the situation with Iraqi Jews because I was one of those people who helped draft Resolution 242 at the United Nations, and we looked at great detail into the history of Jews in places like Iraq. In Iraq, there was a Nazi pogrom during the Second World War, and there were additional pogroms in other Arab countries in which Jews had no choice but to leave. And there was an exchange of population, much as there were in Sudetenland, much as there were in Pakistan and India. And every other country in the world, the refugees were incorporated, assimilated into the society. But UNRWA, this horrible, horrible organization, was set up to keep the Arabs refugees, to keep them in camps, to make sure there was a festering wound. The Jews were integrated into society. No, they weren't first-class citizens in the beginning, but now they dominate the country. The same thing could have happened to the Arabs who left Israel. They could have been integrated into the surrounding countries. Instead, they were kept in camps and told that they had to destroy Israel. They had to.
Evil UNRWA sadistically giving food to people. I think the problem with UNRWA is that they don't have any mandate to help to resettle refugees. Their whole point is just to keep people on life support forever whilst they stay refugees. But okay.
Have a right of return. They had to go back. That history can't stop and you can't move forward. You have to only move backwards. So the sole fault for the refugees was the attack by the Arab countries designed to kill Israelis. That's when the expulsions and the leavings occurred.
And
so
Alan, before I go back to Norman for response to that, from your understanding, how many Jewish people were displaced from their homes in this early period? Because I've heard it was actually a lot.
It was between 700,000 and 800,000, with probably $1 trillion worth of wealth. These were people who had lived in these countries longer than the Muslims. They had lived there since the Babylonian exile.
Where is he getting $1 trillion from? For 800,000 people? Right. Okay.
2,000 years earlier. They had been full citizens.
$1 trillion. What's the... The GDP of the UK today is 3 trillion. Bro. It's a third of the UK, a third of a 60 million population country. Okay.
They were dhimmis, they were second class because they were not Muslims, but they lived in peace. And once this happened, Many were expelled. Some left voluntarily. I can see that to Mr. Finkelstein. But many left. About the same number were left voluntarily. Remember, too, with the Arabs, they were told to leave, and they would come back victorious after. In Haifa, for example, many of them wanted to stay, and many did stay. But the Arab leadership said, leave, we'll come back victorious, you'll have everything back.
Now, the correct response to Haifa is to say that people also fled Haifa. Quite a few thousand of them fled because the bombing campaign, the mortars were indiscriminate, and people were literally just getting shot if they stayed, especially in the town squares, even if they were civilians. So that's one reason. The other reason is that when military rule was placed over Haifa Arabs, they were basically like harassed and bullied to fuck by the Zionists. So they also had an incentive to leave because they didn't really feel particularly welcome, even though like a Jewish mayor who had no power was telling them to stay. But I think what Finkelstein thinks about Haifa is that he calls it a covert expulsion. Finkelstein just calls Haifa an expulsion that happened covertly, but he doesn't really add any evidence to explain why that was the case. So, interesting.
This is a complex situation. It's 75 years ago. There is a statute of limitations on things like this, a moral statute of limitations. Move on. Establish yourselves in the countries that you left and went to. Get rid of these refugee camps. Get rid of UNRWA and become full citizens of the countries you moved to, the way my grandparents became full citizens of the United States
let me go
after
to
pogroms had made them leave Poland.
Okay, come to Norman Finkelstein. Your response to that?
Okay, thank you, Piers. First of all, as a general point, I agree with the notion of a statute of limitations on your claims to a parcel of land. The first time I came across that expression was reading Arnold Toynbee's great history of the world, actually. And he makes the point in his history that isn't there a statute of limitations?
Well, shall we move on to the Holocaust? Alex, what the fuck does that comment mean? Are we going to have to bring out the IQ check?
Limitation on the claims of Jews to Palestine. He said that claim was made 2,000 years ago. And it's claimed that, even today it's claimed that, based on what happened 2,000 years ago, there's a large portion of
I think they mean move on by allow them to take citizenship in their respective areas, in their respective host countries, like we do with other refugees. I think that would be the move on argument, not like get over what happened or feel okay about it or whatever. I don't know.
Israeli population who believes they have title to the West Bank, they have title to Gaza because of that claim 2,000 years ago. Isn't there a statute of limitations? Allow me to complete my thought, and then you can disagree. Isn't there a statute of limitations on the claim from 2,000 to 3,000 years ago? Now, I want to focus on Gaza. I would like to focus on Gaza. The population is expelled from Israel into Gaza. Now, if you look at Benny Morris's history called Border Wars, he says that between 1949 and 1953, literally, listen closely, about 2,700 to 5,000 Palestinian expellees, that's including in the West Bank and in Gaza, between 2,700 and 5,000 Palestinian expellees were killed by Israel when they tried to return home.
Yeah.
Now, Benny Morris says 90% of
Unarmed.
those killed were unarmed.
Yep.
They were what he called economic infiltrees who wanted to see their homes. They wanted to see their land. They wanted to see their neighbors. They were brutally, if you believe Professor Morris, brutally murdered between those years. In 1956, as you know, peers, England, France, and Israel invaded Egypt, including at the time Gaza. What happened then?
2 massacres.
According to Benny Morris
Rafah, Khan
in the
Yunis.
book Border Wars, he said between 470 and 500 Palestinian men were lined up and shot down. Now let's bear in mind, peers, this is long, long before this entity called Hamas came into the picture. Now,
I don't think he said they were lined up and shot down. Okay.
Forward to 1967, after Israel occupies Gaza.
We have to do the editorializing, though, don't we? We have to take a condemnable act and just push it just a little bit further, you know, for the clicks, for the memes.
There are new assaults on the people of Gaza, this time carried on by, at the time, agricultural minister Ariel Sharon. Now, without getting sidetracked, I do have to say, Professor Dershowitz, every time I listen to you, even when we debated each other in 2003, I guess, or 2004, I can't recall, you keep escalating your claims about having written UN Resolution 242 or contributed to the resolution. Professor Dershowitz, I understand people have fantasies, and I understand that people have failings of memory as they get older. But Professor Dershowitz, when we had
He's going to say because 242 says it's inadmissible to take land, and that means Israel has to give every single square foot of the West Bank and Gaza and East Jerusalem back. Okay.
our original debate, you didn't even know who wrote UN Resolution 242. You had all these names. It was Lord Carradine.
Yeah.
Anybody who was involved in the process would know that. So let's agree on one thing. We both of us should agree to only state facts. And if we have any doubts about the facts, let's set them aside and try to give viewers, listeners, as accurate a record as possible. We can disagree. But when you engage in your fantasies, it really, to me, is very disturbing and disorienting.
Jesus Christ.
Well, let me ask Professor Dershowitz to...
Yeah, Dershowitz is getting mogged. If he doesn't have a good response to that, because Finkelstein knows that Carradine wrote the resolution, but he really, really misrepresents the terms of 242. Actually, there's a Q&A with Carradine here. I've never seen this before. What? What's this? Hang on. The intent of Resolution 242. Never seen this one before. I wondered, since you are the author of Resolution 242, was it in anybody's mind at the time in 67 that the resolution, in fact, addresses itself to the potential for a Palestinian state and to provisions for a just settlement of the refugee problem in line with the previous resolutions of the General Assembly? It is easy to answer your question. The answer is no. There was no suggestion or provision at the time in the discussions of the United Nations about the establishment of a Palestinian state. No one has proposed it. No one had. It had not been brought forward by the Palestinians themselves at that stage. Therefore, the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war meant that there could be no justification for the Israeli acquisition or occupation of the territories. We said that there should be withdrawal of Israeli forces from the occupied territories. That was it. We went no further at that stage. At a later stage, the Palestinians came forward with their own proposals for establishment of their own homeland, their own state, which I respect, and which I believe should be incorporated with any final settlement. But at that time, we are talking about 67. There was no proposal for a Palestinian state. I was there and I was in touch with all the Arab ambassadors concerned with the Palestinians, of course. There was a proposal and a determination that there should be an end to the Israeli occupation. The provision for a just settlement for the refugees. Let's see about territories. The territories. Hmm. 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 Wonder if I want to read this whole thing. Lord Hugh Carradine. What a name. What else did he say about it? What are the questions? I want to see refugees. Was it the intention to resolve the Palestinian question? Could it possibly not have been the intention to Resolution 181? Hmm. I feel like he said slightly different things than this in other talks. Let me see. Hmm. Principles, Palestinian state, not making the request at the time. Hmm.
Respond.
Well, first of all, let's get the facts straight. I was Arthur Goldberg's law clerk. Arthur Goldberg was the United States representative to the United Nations. He asked me to come down. I actually moved in with him at the Waldorf Astoria Towers and work with him on 242. Yes, I confused the name Carrington with something else, but I worked closely. In fact, I was partly responsible for
Carradine. Oh, you got the fucking name wrong. Oh my god, dude. Not Carrington. Oh shit.
The words, I'm sorry. I worked on the matter. I didn't work with Lord Carradine. I worked with Arthur Goldberg. And together we managed to get rid of the word Palestinian before refugees in order to make sure that the resolution applied both to Palestinian refugees and to
this is
Jewish
pure
refugees
science
from
fiction,
Well,
which
now
I
you're
can easily
Now you're interrupting me. So let me finish. This is a detail. It's a fact. Now, let's talk about what happened involving the Gaza Strip. I agree there's a statute of limitations. I'm opposed to any biblical claims on Israel. I believe Israel has a political and moral claim to the land. There have always been Jews living there from the time of Jesus and Muhammad to 1948. And wisely, the British decided for a compromise plan for division. And that plan was accepted by the Jewish and Zionist leaders. It was rejected by the Palestinians. And then, as you know, Israel tried to give the entire Gaza Strip over to Egypt, back to Egypt, during the Camp David Accords. It almost caused a breakdown in the Camp David meetings because the Egyptians didn't want it. And Israel very reluctantly held on to it. And then in 2005, Israel abandoned the Gaza. And only when rockets and a bloody coup occurred did Israel respond by having border controls. Let me tell you one thing. They weren't strong enough. If there had been better border controls, Hamas would not have been allowed to bring in concrete, which it used to build tunnels, to bring...
This is an interesting essay. The misleading interpretation of 242. He got fucking Carradon's name wrong. Bro, after it was told to him. Israel's rights are being consistently negated through misleading interpretations of UN Security Council Resolution 242. The resolution does not request Israel to withdraw from all the territories captured in the Six-Day War and does not recognize that the Palestinian refugees have a right to return to Israel. Well, obviously this one doesn't, but okay. The Security Council laid down several principles that should lead to a peaceful solution to the Arab-Israeli conflict. Among these principles are an Israeli withdrawal from territories occupied in 1967 to secure and recognize boundaries to be established by agreement and the need for a just settlement of the refugee problem without any reference to right of return. And I think it goes down here when... Wait, where's the fucking highlighting? They even speak about the French version. The inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war merely reiterates the principle that military occupation, although lawful if it is the result of an act of self-defense, does not by itself justify annexation and acquisition of title to territory. The English version of the withdrawal clause requires only withdrawal from territories, not all territories, nor from the territories. This provision is clear and unambiguous. As Lord Carradon, the representative of Great Britain, stated in the Security Council on November 22nd, 1967, I am sure that it will be recognized by us that it is only the resolution that will bind us, and we regard its wording as clear. According to Professor Eugene Rostow, who was the time Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs in the U.S. Department of State, for 24 years, the Arabs have pretended that the two resolutions, 242 and 338, are ambiguous. Nothing could be further from the truth. The French version, which allegedly supports the request for full withdrawal, can perhaps prima facie be considered ambiguous, since the word des can either be the plural of de, article indefinitive, or a contraction of de less. Okay. It seems, however, that the French translation is an idiomatic rendering of the original English text, and possibly the only acceptable rendering into French. Moreover, even Ambassador Bernard, the representative of France in the Security Council at the time, said that des territoires occupés... Fuck me. How do I say this? I didn't know this, thank God, because normally I've just been doing Google Translate and asking random French cunts. But now that we know the ambassador at the time in the Security Council is actually saying...
Des territoires occupés.
Des territoires occupés. Okay. Cool. So it's de. Okay. If, however, the French version were ambiguous, it should be interpreted in conformity with the English text. Since the two versions are presumed to have the same meaning, one clear and the other ambiguous, the latter should be interpreted in conformity with the former. Okay. I want more Carradon quotes. Let's see. I'll go mining.
Bring in weapons which it used to murder all these people on October 7th. So Israel was not strong enough. It should have had far better border controls, as other countries had in comparable situations. And so, one more point. Toynbee and Benny Morris both are regarded as kind of one-sided historians. There are claims that dispute both of them, particularly Toynbee. Toynbee was an overtly...
Why does Dershowitz not prepare for these fucking talks? Like, it's not like Norman Finkelstein has a pretty, like, extensive arsenal. He tends to repeat the same predictable points on all of these debates. Why can't you just look up some of the fucking quotes that he uses and go into them and find out that he's not really presenting them the most accurate way? Ugh.
Anti-Zionist historian who didn't believe that the Jewish people had any claim to Israel. There's also a statute of limitations.
Oh, it's here when Carradon's being interviewed in the 70s. The purposes are perfectly clear. The principle is stated in the preamble, the necessity for withdrawal is stated in the operative section. And then the essential phrase, which is not sufficiently recognized, is that withdrawal should take place to secure and recognize boundaries, and that these words were very carefully chosen. They have to be secure and they have to be recognized. They will not be secure unless they are recognized. And that is why one has to work for agreement. This is essential. I would defend absolutely what we did. It was not for us to lay down exactly where the border should be. I know the 1967 border very well. It is not a satisfactory border. It is where troops had to stop in 1947. Oh, that's 1949, not 47.
Do you use virtual amps like ones from Neuraday SP?
No, I don't, Ondal, but thank you so much for the 1999. That's so generous of you. My God. No, I don't. I tended for the last, well, I haven't done guitar electric recordings for like 5 years, but I would always just use my real amp. Basically always. With an SM57 poking at it. Thanks for the dono. Yeah. It'd be where troops had to stop in 49, just where they happened to be that night. That is not a permanent boundary. Yeah. Where's this? Is there the original text of this interview? Lord Caradon Cole, Israel. 73. Whoops. It's only ever referenced by secondary. Is there the original anywhere? It's a rotten line. They've mentioned 49 here at least. Okay. Israel Radio. I hope that quote's real because fuck me. LP Mina, thanks for the tier 3 sub. That's so generous of you. My God. Tier 3. The big tier. Not quite tier 4, but we'll deal with it, you know?
On
we'll
that.
accept it.
And so let's
Allow
move
it.
forward. And moving forward means potentially a solution where Hamas is no longer in control of Gaza. Remember, too, you're absolutely right, Norman. Terrorism began way before Hamas. Terrorism was an essential part of the Palestinian leadership. The Olympic massacres that occurred way before Hamas. The terrorism on airplanes, the blowing up of airplanes, the hijacking of airplanes. The problem is that the world rewarded terrorism, and it's rewarding them again by allowing Hamas to free hundreds of people, legitimately many convicted, and not all convicted, many convicted, in exchange for a small number of completely innocent hostages. You can't compare completely innocent hostages with convicted murderers.
Okay, look, Norman, respond to that, but also I also want to move on. Once you responded to it, also move on, if you will, to the issue of settlements, because one of the things I find hardest to have any sympathy with Israel about is the continued expansion of settlements, and in particular on the West Bank. And I think we may find some consensus here. But first of all, Norman, your response to what Alan Dershowitz just said, but also then move it to settlements.
Yeah, well, I would like to try to, well, actually, I can bring it up to the settlements on the case of Gaza. So I would like to just continue where I left off with, so to speak.
Dersh is as much of a hack as Finkelstein. I think Dersh is almost worse because he doesn't prepare. At the very least, Finkelstein is prepared. Like, he knows what he's going to say. He's got his talking points prepared. He's got his quote mine that he's going to fucking dig from. He's got everything. Dersh is just going in there like a fucking... He's just going in and flailing. He's just winging it.
At the risk of being boring, the timeline. I said in 1970, there were atrocities committed in Gaza against the people of Gaza by the headed by the agricultural minister at the time, Ariel Sharon. In 1987, as you perhaps remember, Piers, the first Intifada broke out, it was overwhelmingly, here I quote Benny Morris from his book, Righteous Victims, it was an overwhelmingly nonviolent civil resistance to the Israeli occupation. By 1990, 3 years after the beginning, or really 2 years, because it began on December 7th, 1987, by 1990, Israel started to institute, again, I'm sticking strictly to Gaza, what it called a closure policy. And the closure policy was basically to seal off Gaza, okay? By 2002, 2003, if you read Baruch Kimmerling, he was a senior sociologist at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He described Gaza as, quote, the largest concentration camp ever.
Oh my God.
Now, you might say Baruch Kimmerling was a person of the left, and I will grant that. But then we have Giora Island.
We always know he does this. He's going to quote 3 people. He's not going to actually make any of the arguments. He's just going to quote people, appeal to random authorities. Sometimes people who aren't even authorities, just like random wankers.
Giora Island at the time was the head.
He said the first Intifada was overwhelming non-violent. Let me see what. I think that's true. Most of the first Intifada was non-violent, but there was also violence, right? But I wonder if there's. I haven't got to that part of the book yet. Maybe I should have. Because now when I'm reading Righteous Victims, I'm thinking, what would Finkelstein quote out of this book? Let me see. The first Intifada is its own chapter, so. Where is it? First Intifada is on page 561. I'll just look at this off stream and see if I catch it.
Israel's National Security Council. He said in March 2003, and now I'm quoting him, he described Gaza as a huge concentration camp. So you can say there is a consensus.
Oh, I think this is actually how he worded it. It's actually quite at the beginning. He seems to have said, it was not an armed rebellion, but a massive, persistent campaign of civil resistance with strikes and commercial shutdowns, accompanied by violent, though unarmed, demonstrations against the occupying forces. The stone and occasionally the Molotov cocktail and knife were its symbols and weapons, not guns and bombs. So when he says, overwhelmingly non-violent, is that just not a 100% accurate quote, or okay?
Among knowledgeable people, sociologists at the Hebrew University, head of the National Security Council, that Israel had turned Gaza into a concentration camp. In 2006,
so you imagine, like, if you were Dershowitz, you could just also say, this is why quote mining is so dangerous, as you can say, especially if someone is being quite fair to both sides and just in service of the truth, is you can just grab things like this. You could just say, though harsh and often brutal, Israeli rule in general was never as restrictive or repressive as the Palestinians made out. You could even just cut it from there, right? You could even just do that. And then 99% of people just wouldn't know. They wouldn't check. Why are you so obsessed with Righteous Victims? I'm not obsessed. It's just the current book that I'm reading. And it's just been quoted. How's that a good statement? Well, you can just chop it out. That's what I just said. The same way that this quote has been edited as well to make it look like the violent element. Because if you listen to the way Finkelstein mentioned it, he almost implied that he almost made it sound like the violent element just wasn't there at all, which is not true. Like, Israeli civilians did die in the first Intifada as well. So.
In 2006, there is an election in January 2006. Hamas wins the election basically on the platform of reform, because the Palestinian Authority is proverbially corrupt. It comes into power. Immediately as it comes into power, Israel institutes this brutal economic blockade on Gaza. And at that point, there have been various descriptions. I'm sure, Piers, you wouldn't disagree. You wouldn't call The Economist a left-wing magazine or anti-Semitic. It described Gaza as, quote, a toxic dump. And at that point, it had slowly, just to give you one example, Piers, and your listeners, because they should have a sense of what this blockade looked like. Israel's explicit policy, was to keep Gaza on the precipice of economic catastrophe. That's how they described their policy. They prohibited baby chicks from entering Gaza. They prohibited chocolate from entering Gaza. They prohibited potato chips from entering Gaza. They prohibited any spices from entering Gaza. And it prohibited any exports from Gaza, except at some points, occasionally, things like strawberries. So what had happened to Gaza? It had, on the eve of 2007, it had the highest unemployment rate in the world. It was about 60% unemployed, 50% for the population as a whole, 60% for youth. The people in Gaza were left to languish and die, no past, no present, no future, to languish and die in the concentration camp. That was their prospect as of October 6, 2003. Excuse me, 2023. Sorry about that.
May I respond?
Well, I'll tell you what, yes,
respond?
actually, on that point, Professor Dershowitz, you respond to that point briefly if you could. And then I want to come back to Norman Finkelstein to move it on to settlement. So, Alan, just respond to what... respond to that suggestion.
Oh, donuts, hang on. Wait, where the fuck is my chat? Dave Gunner, thanks for the £10, I guess, for 2 messages. Thanks very much. Someone mentioned Heinrich Himmler couldn't handle the Jewish executions earlier. I think it's from the World at War documentary, I think. Apparently, Himmler visited an execution camp and a German shot one of the Jews in the head, and some of the blood/brains landed him and he vomited. Okay. Wow. Ali Bali, thanks for 200 Swedish. Here is your Eid pay made. Oh, thanks very much. I really appreciate that. It's funny that Finkelstein never actually gives any, and this was, I think, he had a challenge on this, was he never actually states, apart from unemployment, he never actually states any particular metric for the suffering in Gaza pre-October 7th. Even though we have loads of things, right? We have lots of things like... we have, what do you call it? We have human development indexes. We have like life expectancies. We have different health standards, different rates of infant mortality. We have loads of different things like that. But he always just goes to these things like, well, someone else said it's really bad. Like, okay. Someone else said it's a toxic waste dump, or someone else said it's fucking a concentration camp. He kind of makes it clear that there are no prospects of a good life if you're born in Gaza, and that's what he wants to make clear. Well, then he's doing it in a really fucking retarded way. Because he's also, as we saw from the beginning of this debate, is he's trying to make the conditions in Gaza sound so bad that it was understandable for people to paraglide out of it and just massacre fucking hundreds of, or up to 1,000 people in fucking Israel, right? Like... that's the level of suffering he's trying to communicate about Gaza. Which is why he'll never do it with a collection of metrics. Because then you can't do your Warsaw Ghetto analogy. That's why he's doing it.
Sure. Which has been cited by many people, that the conditions in Gaza in the period that Norman Finkelstein has been referring to have been described by many people as bordering on a concentration camp, and at the very least a form of occupation where Israel wielded far too much control over what could come in and out of Gaza, including people?
Well, they're right in the description that it was a toxic place. It was a toxic place because Hamas took over and because Hamas robbed the people of Gaza of their food. It took the material that was sent from Europe, from countries around the world, and took it away from the children and took it away from the hospitals, took it away from the schools, and gave it to their fighters to build 350 miles of tunnels. Imagine what could have been done with all the resources that had been sent to Gaza. There was plenty of food in Gaza, except that Hamas was using it. There was plenty of material to build hospitals in Gaza, but instead Hamas was using it. It's Hamas that turned it into a toxic, toxic place. When Israel, in fact, actually occupied it, it was in much better shape than when Hamas took it over. And so it's Hamas's fault. Hamas turned Gaza into this horrible place. And let's remember, Israel has been prepared to give up Gaza over and over again. It tried desperately to give it back to Egypt during the Camp David. It tried desperately to allow for the 2007 Olmert plan. Gaza is given to a Palestinian state. The 2001 Bill Clinton plan, Gaza is given over. They rejected it. If it was a toxic concentration camp, the guards were not Israelis. The guards were Hamas people who were throwing gay people off the roof, who were murdering Palestinian Authority people,
Getting rhetorical
and who were
now,
denying
eh?
women the right to live their lives decently. Yes, Gaza was a terrible place, completely the fault of Hamas.
Can we reach a point of agreement on the issue of settlements? I suspect we can. So Norman Finkelstein, I don't want to keep responding. I don't want you to keep responding to each other about that. What I would like you to do.
One sentence.
Okay, give me one sentence, but then please address the issue of settlements.
Sentence. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development.
More people said it was a concentration camp. Let's go.
The World Bank,
okay.
the International Monetary Fund, 1,000 humanitarian and economic organizations have all reached the same conclusion. It's very simple. The main cause of the disaster in Gaza is Israel's illegal blockade of that parcel of land. Full stop.
That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's false.
Who's wrong? Who's wrong? That is
That's
wrong.
false.
The World Bank is
blockade,
wrong. The International Monetary Fund is wrong. They're all wrong.
Yes.
Are
yes,
they all anti-Semitic?
Yes,
is that what's going on?
Uh-oh.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. They're wrong. I happen to know
So
more
why
about
are they
the
all
law
wrong?
than any of them. Because the blockade was completely lawful. It was designed to prevent the importation and then the use of rockets against Israel. It's perfectly lawful for a country to engage in a blockade. That is, you're not. Let me finish. You can't have a double. Look, Israel is exposed to a double standard, but we're not letting you impose a double standard on me. No, I'm going to finish my statement, and you're not going to interrupt me.
The fucking. Oh God. I feel like if you want to find out if the blockade on Gaza is illegal or not, I don't actually know the 100% if there's a 100% correct answer to that. I always assumed it wasn't legal. You would have to. Whose opinion would actually matter there? Because Amnesty's opinion doesn't really matter. Human Rights Watch's opinion, when it comes to legality, wouldn't you want to see if the ICJ ruled on it, or did they? Or who else would be the ones to actually decide that? Why is Egypt never criticized for the blockade? Because, well, yeah, no one gives a fuck about Egypt. But I don't actually know. I don't really know about the legal arguments about the blockade. Don't actually know what they are.
So understand me. The military occupation was lawful. The blockade was lawful. Every country has the right to defend itself from rockets, from terror tunnels, from people coming over the border.
This website here is saying that a UN inquiry agreed with Israel's legal analysis. The Turkel Commission report. 2022? Something here. Oh, you're going to give me the answer, please.
Border, murdering and kidnapping people.
Time to read the report
Those
for the
are
rest of the
all
day.
lawful.
Chill.
I'm telling you that as an expert in international law and the law of war.
Okay.
If you want to dispute me, get an expert who knows something about international law.
Okay.
Not a polemicist like
Professor Dershowitz. Okay, Professor Dershowitz. Just as a matter of fact, I teach the laws of war. I've been teaching it for the last 5 years. To my understanding,
you're biased.
Okay, Professor Dershowitz.
Oh God! Don't just say you're.
Dershowitz, let's agree. I'm completely.
You could challenge his qualifications there because I'm pretty sure Dershowitz is more qualified to talk about law stuff than Finkelstein is. He's like, isn't he a poli-sci guy? Okay.
Completely ignorant. Let's take that as a point of departure. How does it come to be that every humanitarian and political body in the world has declared that the blockade of Gaza constitutes collective punishment and therefore is a violation, a breach of international law, a war crime under international law? How did that come to pass?
They're wrong.
How is it that
first of all, you're wrong.
Who described it as a war crime? What does he mean by that? Where did that come from? Human Rights Watch, oh, they say that. Okay. Collective punishment and a war crime. They said that on December 2023. Or they're talking about during the war. No, they're saying the 16-year. Okay. So Human Rights Watch does think it's a war crime. Is there any actual, like, legal conclusions from... What is this fucking Turkle committee thing? Why can't I get this?
They're all wrong.
No, you're not.
They're all
You're not
wrong,
right.
Except
You're
Alan
not right.
Dershowitz.
No.
Except
you're wrong.
Sir,
you're wrong
sir,
in describing.
Professor Dershowitz.
You're wrong in describing
name
every
one,
group. There are many
name
groups.
Me one. Okay, Professor Dershowitz, name me one.
And now Dershowitz won't be able to name one, will he? He's gonna not even be able to name one because he's a fucking stooge. Oh God.
International legal body or human rights organization. Name me one. I'll take the pause. Name me one that says the blockade of Gaza is not collective punishment. Name me one.
The Lawfare Project in the United States.
The Lawfare Project. I said, name me one international legal or political body.
It is.
One.
It is.
Everybody's listening now.
Legal body.
Piers Morgan has a very large audience. Name me one. Name me one international or legal or political body that says the blockade of Gaza is legal. Name me one.
It is legal, and every organization that I have been associated with, the Lawfare Project, the project run by a woman named Leitner, an international project, were all concluded that the blockade is legal. Also, the Israeli Supreme let me finish. The Israeli Supreme Court, which is above reproach, and
why would you ask a political body? What, like the state of Israel? What? Okay. Okay.
Which is much fairer than the International Court of Justice, has also, with limits, has said that blockades designed to prevent the bringing of rockets to Israel is lawful. Also, use your common sense. What possible reason would there be for allowing a group in Gaza, a group of Hamas, to send rockets without trying to blockade them from bringing the rockets in and building tunnels? Use your common sense. Of course it's unlawful. Every country in the world would do exactly the same as Israel did.
Listen, I think we've exhausted this part of the debate.
From being
I do want to, before we run out of time,
citizens.
we only have about 5 minutes left, and I do want to get into settlements. And I'll start with you, Professor Finkelstein.
This is the Turkle Commission. But I don't know if there's also... I don't really know what this was given in context of. This was to do with the maritime incident, wasn't it? The Mara, whatever the fuck it's called? The flotilla incident? The legal technical requirements for imposing a naval blockade can be found inter alia in Articles 93 to 101 of the San Remo Manual. The evidence before the Commission shows that Israel complied with the conditions regarding the effectiveness of the blockade, impartiality in imposing it, and non-interference with ports and coasts of neutral states. One aspect of the technical compliance with the law governing blockades that warrant comment is the duty to give notice of the imposition of a blockade, and especially the duty to give notice of the duration of the naval blockade. So apparently the San Remo or Remo thing will tell us. But was this accepted by anyone? Who did they submit this to? Hang on, let's see. Who were they chatting with? The Turkle people? This is all going to be like inquest of Gaza's martyrdom. Research, that's what this will be for. Hmm. I'll just keep this playing.
The issue of settlements, I think, is pretty much indefensible, actually, what's been going on, and particularly in recent years on the West Bank. But what is your overview of the settlement issue?
My overview of the settlements, as in all topics, is what international law says. Under Article...
It's not with the Houthis, though, is it? Oh, no. Dershowitz won't know that, though, because, again, he's a fucking retard. Oh, interesting.
Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, it's illegal for an occupying power to transfer its population to occupied territory. Now, when that issue came before the International Court of Justice in July 2004, every single judge, including the American judge, Mr. Bergenthal, they all agreed on that one point. The settlements are illegal under international law. Now, under the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, those settlements constitute war crimes. So what we're talking about now, since the settlement...
This is interesting. There's a headline from Amnesty here, which says, because apparently it was the Palmer Report, which came from the UN. So Palmer Report did not find Gaza blockade legal despite headlines. Okay. The media has gone crazy these past couple of days. What a well-worded start. But then they're saying that the Palmer Report found that the naval blockade is lawful, but it should not be interpreted to mean that the entire closure regime imposed by Israel is legal. Analysis from Legal Center of Freedom of Movement. Amnesty believes the entire regime is illegal. So these are human rights orgs. Well, I don't care what those cucks say. We're looking at what the big old UN said. So this is the flotilla incident. 105 pages. The naval blockade? Wonder if it says anything about the Turkle thing. Because this is actually like a legal analysis, so I think. Summary of Israel's investigation. I don't care about that. I want... Is this about the legality, this one? Legal? Ho ho ho. Oh, what's that? Hang on one second. I think I got delivery. Okay. It's not a girthy burrito, I'm afraid. Okay, do I want this PDF? Who cares if it's legal? Because we're reviewing content from someone who is referencing international law and legal opinion. I want to see if they're correct. Does it actually say it here, though? Or... I think it's Turkle Commission. They're the ones who... it's the Israeli side that argues that it's legal, but what does this panel say? I'm probably not going to find it here. Maybe if it says naval blockades in general, the applicable legal principles. That's an appendix, though. Naval blockade 38. The first issue we consider is the legality of the naval blockade imposed by Israel. Both Turkey and Israel, in their reports to us, stress the prime importance of this issue and devote extensive attention to it. Turkey considers that the naval blockade was illegal and that the interception of the flotilla vessels on the high seas was therefore in breach of international legal principle. Okay. Israel asserts that the blockade and its enforcement against the flotilla complied with all relevant rules of international law. As such, a consideration of the issue necessarily forms part of the panel's task of reviewing the reports it has received. Further, it forms an intrinsic element of the context of the incident. Okay. So what do they say here? At this juncture, a word of clarification is necessary. The naval blockade is often discussed in tandem with the Israeli restrictions on the land crossings to Gaza. However, in the panel's view, these are in fact two distinct concepts which require different treatment and analysis. First, we note that the land crossings policy has been in place since long before the naval blockade was instituted. In particular, the tightenings of border controls between Gaza and Israel came about after the takeover of Hamas in Gaza in June 2007. On the other hand, the naval blockade was imposed more than a year later in January 2009. Second, Israel has always kept its policies on the land crossing separate from the naval blockade. The land restrictions have fluctuated in intensity over time, but the naval blockade has not been altered since its imposition. Third, the naval blockade as a distinct legal measure was imposed primarily to enable a legally sound basis for Israel to exert control over ships attempting to reach Gaza with weapons and the related goods. This was in reaction to certain incidents when vessels had reached Gaza via sea. We therefore treat the naval blockade as separate and distinct from the controls at land crossings. This is not to overlook... Okay, so they're just saying that they're only assessing the naval blockade, not the land. Okay. The United Nations Charter, Article 2, Chapter 4, would it be paragraph 4, prohibits the use of force generally, subject to an exception under Article 51 of the Charter for the right of nation to engage in self-defense. Israel has faced and continues to face a real threat to its security from militant groups in Gaza. Rockets, missiles, and mortar bombs have been launched from Gaza towards Israel since 2001. More than 5,000 were fired between 2005 and 2009 when the naval blockade was imposed. Hundreds of thousands of Israeli civilians live in the range of these attacks. As their effectiveness has increased, some rockets are now capable of reaching Tel Aviv. Since 2001, such attacks have caused more than 25 deaths and hundreds of injuries. The enormity of the psychological toll of the affected population cannot be underestimated. In addition, there have been substantial material losses. The purpose of these acts of violence, which have been repeatedly condemned by the international community, has been to do damage to the population of Israel. It seems obvious enough that stopping these violent acts was a necessary step for Israel to take in order to protect its people and to defend itself. Actions taken by Israel, in turn, have had severe impacts on the civilian population in Gaza, as we discuss in Chapter 6. Okay? The panel notes in this regard that the uncertain legal status of Gaza under international law cannot mean that Israel has no right to self-defense against armed attacks towards its territory. Ooh. Some people, Finkelstein doesn't make the argument, but some people actually say that Israel has no right of self-defense because they're the occupier. Like, yeah, fuck. Which is pretty kooky. The Israeli report makes it clear that the naval blockade was a measure of the use of force was adopted by the purpose of defending territory. The panel accepts that was the case. Oh, that's them saying it then. It was designed as one way to prevent weapons reaching Gaza by sea and to prevent such attacks to be launched from the sea. Indeed, there have been various incidents in which ships carrying weapons were intercepted by the Israeli authorities on their way to Gaza. While the attacks have not completely ceased since the time of imposition of the naval blockade, their scale and intensity has much decreased over time. While the decrease might also be due to other factors, a blockade in those circumstances is a legitimate exercise of the right of self-defense. Although a blockade by definition imposes a restriction on all maritime traffic, given the relatively small size of the blockade zone and the practical difficulties associated with other methods of monitoring vessels, such as by search and visit, the panel is not persuaded that the naval blockade was a disproportionate measure for Israel to have taken in response to the threat it faced. Huh. It's easy to be neutral like Loner when your life is not on the line. If you read their reports and their documented anti-Semitism or their hang around with Nazi simps and Holocaust deniers, you will learn that UNRWA is cancer. This isn't an UNRWA report. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay. And whoa. So this was from the UN panel of inquiry. How do they describe it? Investigating the facts, circumstances, okay, rules of international law. Yeah. Okay. So there's one international body at least saying that part of the blockade, i.e. the naval aspect, is legal. Okay, cool.
Activity began right after the June 1967 war.
But I'm guessing there's also UN reports that probably contradict Palmer as well. Let's see. Yeah, it's like this here. In September 2011, the Palmer Report, UN Investigative Committee said the blockade was legal under international law, criticized the nature of the Israeli raid. Later that same month, 5 independent UN rights experts reporting to the Human Rights Council rejected the conclusion, saying that the blockade was collective punishment and flagrant contravention. Who are these 5 people? So it's just back and forth constantly.
What we're talking about is a protracted war crime over a period of a half century. And that's sometimes missed. When we talk about what's happened to Gaza, we're talking about 2 decades. If you go back to the closure in 1990, we're talking about the martyrdom of a people over 3 decades. Those young men who burst the gates of Gaza on October 7th were born into, to use your phrase now, a toxic concentration camp. They were born into it.
Does he call it a... Okay.
And that settlement activity, which under the Rome Statute is a war crime, that's been ongoing for a half century.
Okay, let me get Professor Dershowitz
Let me
to
respond, please.
Yes,
Let me
you can.
respond.
Yeah.
First of all, Finkelstein and Hamas regard Tel Aviv and Jerusalem as settlements, so you can't take them seriously about anything. They regard all of Israel as settlements. And yes, I disagree with settlements on the West Bank. I have since 1970 when I debated Noam Chomsky. I called for a 2-state solution. I agree with a military occupation designed to prevent rockets and prevent terrorism. But I disagree with civilian settlements. But the core point I want to mention
Are they war
is
crimes?
ultimately we've gotten to this point. Wait a second. No, of course not. They are not war crimes at all. They are disputes over what constitutes the UN Resolution 242,
But if the UN
which
says they're
allowed
illegal,
Israel,
the UN says they're illegal, where does that leave it?
the UN says a lot of things. The UN, the UN also called Israel Zionism racism. The UN has no authority to define international law. The UN can give
All
advisory
15
opinions.
judges,
Who does?
all
But let me
15
please
judges are the ICJ.
let me finish.
Plausible genocide. Let's go.
So remember who appoints the justices. Countries appoint the justices. So when Lebanon appoints a justice, it's Hezbollah who's appointing the justice. The International Court of Justice is an illegitimate court. It is
Jesus.
not a real court. But I want to get to the core point.
Is there a Lebanese judge in the ICJ case? Mixed Lydian, thanks for the $2 New Zealand. I appreciate that. Finkelstein's an anti-Semitic version of Peterson. Oh no.
What
Thomas
Finkelstein finally
Bergenthal.
says.
Thomas
Wait a minute, let me
Bergenthal,
finish,
the
please.
American
Let me
judge,
finish.
said
Let
the
me
settlements
finish.
are illegal.
What Finkelstein...
Oh, that's
what-
where the Zeke Heil image came from, because he was saying, let me finish like that. He's like just trying to stop him speaking like that. Okay. That's where the thumbnail looks like he's Zeke Heiling. Fuck's sake. Because of how cameras work. Forced perspective.
What Finkelstein is
Look
trying...
at it. It looks like when you grab that frame. Bro.
saying is that these people, he called them martyrs. I was at Beirut. I was at the Nova Music Festival. I saw the remnants of where a woman named Vivian Silver, a peacenik, who used to go over and bring Hamas and Gazan people to hospitals, was burnt to death. I saw where people were raped. There is no justification for collective rape. There is no justification for murdering a peacenik. This woman was probably murdered by the very people she brought to hospitals because they knew exactly where she lived and where the hospitals. It's an abomination to even suggest that any kind of martyrdom, dispute over land, dispute over anything could justify what happened on October 7th. Shame on anybody who thinks that civilized human beings should be praised or even justified for doing what they did. I met a man whose son had been beheaded, and Hamas then took his head, brought it back to Gaza, put it on sale for $10,000, and this father had to bury his son without a head. That's what Hamas did. And not only Hamas, but people, ordinary civilians in Gaza, came over the border and participated in these rapes and murders. And shame on anybody.
You get off on all this debate bro shit when people are dying. It's gross. I don't know if you know, Jay, but people are dying all the time everywhere. And on other parts of the world, people are enjoying themselves at different various points. I don't know why the fuck you... If you don't, why are you here? If the content's upsetting you and it's like making you feel ill or whatever, like go watch something else and take care of yourself. You don't have to be here. You're only here because you want to be. You understand that, right? You're making the choice to be here.
Who doesn't unequivocally condemn it. There is no justification for what happened on October 7th, no matter what the history is. The history is disputed, but I want to hear Norman Finkelstein say unequivocally, no matter what the history is, there is no justification for the massacres of October 7th.
Well, we'll end with Norman Finkelstein's response and answer that question. I think it's a legitimate question.
My response is exactly the same one I gave you the very first time I met you, Piers. There were atrocities, large atrocities, that occurred on October 7th. I think it's indisputable. You then asked me, would you consider it terrorism? I then replied to you, I think atrocities denote terrorism. However, I said I take the same attitude towards the perpetrators of those atrocities as the abolitionists in the United States took towards the Nat Turner Rebellion. Nat Turner,
so you justified them, so you praise them, so you glorify them, and you honor them. That's the reality.
Piers, can I finish?
Yeah.
Can I finish?
Yeah.
Nat Turner and the slave revolt committed horrible atrocities. The abolitionists said horrible things happened, but they never condemned
No, they
Nat
don't
Turner.
happen.
Well, that's the goal of the Nat Turner slave rebellion was for the slaves to stop being slaves. That was kind of the idea, wasn't it? What was the goal of Hamas? Liberate Gaza. Well, it fucking worked, didn't it? Look at it. What? I feel like everyone who brings up like Nat Turner or Warsaw Ghetto or Haiti, they just don't know or care at all about any of these fucking incidents. Like, that's all it is. How many people died in the Nat Turner Rebellion? Like 50 or 65? They care about it as much as they care about international law. Ugh.
Perpetrated
what they
by
did
people.
Was
you're justifying
what they
it. Shame
did was
Finkelstein.
Allow me to
this
finish.
is the lowest point
Piers,
you've ever.
Oh, it's the way the camera works. Like if I point, it kind of like, yeah, it does look a bit.
Tell them to stop.
And you've gotten to low points, but this is the lowest point you've gotten to, comparing these rapists and these murderers
well, I think
abolitionists.
Alan, let him
is
finish.
The lowest point in your history.
Let him finish what he's trying to say.
Sure.
Thank you.
Let me have
By the way,
last word.
Nat Turner's rebellion. Okay. In Nat Turner's rebellion, they committed horrible atrocities, including beheading babies. That's a fact. However, the abolitionists,
you're justifying that.
They did
and you're justifying that.
They did not. Please, Piers, can you please tell him to
I think
stop?
let him finish the point he's making, and then you respond.
Okay. Thank you so much. However, the abolitionists did not condemn the perpetrators. The abolitionists kept saying, "We told you so. We told you so. We told you so." If you treat people like that, what happened with the slave revolt inevitably would happen. And I say, if you lock 2 million...
Yeah, the problem is, though, is that Gazans, first of all, they weren't slaves. So I don't know why you can't just address the thing on its own terms, because these situations are so massively different. They are not, the people of Gaza were not slaves. But second of all, a lot of the conditions that are imposed on Gaza and that Gazans suffer from are not like these random, like, immutable, like slavery. They owned people as slaves, and they were going to own them as slaves until they died because they wanted to use them to make money and to fucking like to grow their economy. Basically, that's kind of why people own slaves, to use them as fucking like workers. What happens in Gaza is like you've got Hamas who fuck over the economy by repurposing and stealing fucking aid to make weapons and shit like that. So that level of suffering, at least economically, some of it is owed to Hamas. We know that because people in Gaza literally fucking went on strike for years, like almost annually against Hamas's economic policies. So that level of frustration, at least in part, is owed to Hamas. The fact that there's a blockade at all, there wasn't a blockade before Hamas. The blockade was in response to Hamas firing rockets and projectiles over at fucking Israel. And then it escalated the more power Hamas was able to acquire because Hamas was able to present more of a threat, and therefore the blockade becomes more intense. That's why the blockade did not come just like randomly. It didn't just come out because Israel felt like it one day. So that's another dumb analogy as well, is that you've got a blockade in conditions that are imposed because of the actions of Hamas, or at least in part as a response to them. That's not the same as like slavery. Slavery, you were a slave regardless of what you or anyone else did. That's it. Beginning and end. There were things that could have been done by the leadership in Gaza to alleviate the blockade that didn't involve massacring Israeli civilians. Do you understand the difference there? Slaves couldn't do anything. You couldn't vote your way out of it. You couldn't protest your way out of it. You couldn't do anything. And you're acting as if Gaza, like Hamas, who ordered those attacks, by the way, from fucking with half of their leadership living outside of the strip in 5-star hotels, you think those people had no other choice but to spend the last 2, 3, 4 years organizing an assault on Israeli civilians that was inevitably going to lead to a retaliation, with no measures in place to protect Gazan civilians from the upcoming war? You think that's comparable to a slave rebellion? Gazans can't talk. I'm not talking about Gazans. I'm talking about their leadership. Gazan civilians didn't decide. Gazan civilians didn't decide as a spur of the fucking moment to go and do October 7th. That was planned by their leaders. Their de facto government did that. I don't know why are people acting this? Mortadella enema, that's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard anyone say. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's not what happened in October 7th. I don't know why you're acting like people just got fucking bottled up one day, got fucking furious, and then just decided to burst out like some kind of like some kind of pressure cooker. That's not what happened. It was a decision that was made by the leadership. It was planned by their leaders, by their government. Eesh.
Million people in a concentration camp for 20 years, half of whom are children who were born into that concentration camp, don't react with shock and dismay and disbelief and indignation at what happened on October 7th. I have spent the last 20 years.
Like, couldn't you just say, if you're going to fire rockets over another country, don't act in dismay? Don't act shocked and in dismay when you get a blockade placed on you. And it's really unfair to the civilians who are not involved in aggression. But at the end of the day, that's like their leaders have made that decision. They obviously did that due to the treatment of Gazans. You think Hamas did October 7th because they were just upset at how Gazans are being treated? Okay. That is fucking delusional. If leaders were just acting in their own self-interest, they would just keep living in their 5-star hotels. They are still living in their 5-star hotels. What are you talking about? Hania still lives in a 5-star hotel. Did you read the Haaretz article about Hamas believing they would conquer Israel? Apparently, Sinwar like won fucking power in some coup that he didn't even win the vote for leadership in Gaza and just kind of lost his mind and decided that they actually were going to conquer. I don't know if I buy that. I don't know if there were other motives at play, because I also don't know if they actually expected to be that successful.
Spent the last 20 years of my life studying what's been done to the people of Gaza. And each time I reread what I wrote.
Why did Hamas do October 7th? So my guess would be, I've got maybe two guesses, because I think you can only guess. One is I thought they just expected it to be like any other attack, just about like that they would go in, they would kill a bunch of people, get some hostages. The IDF would respond very, very quickly, so they'd have to run back to Gaza with all the hostages, embarrass the fuck out of Netanyahu, and return with some bargaining chips to get prisoners released, look good on the world stage, provoke some Israeli bombing so that they can get into the international press. That's what I thought would happen, right? That's what I thought they were probably expecting. But were the rockets themselves not the response to the blockade? Nope. The first rockets were fired in 2001 before Hamas took power. Hamas were active before October 7th, before the blockade. Yeah, they were active before they took power. That's what I think Hamas were expecting. I don't think they were expecting to get as far as they did to actually hold on to territory for more than maybe a couple of hours, because Palestinian militants have never done that before. And what motivated Hamas to bomb Israel in 2001? Well, the problem with Hamas, Alex D, is that they're a bunch of is that their leaders are Islamic fundamentalist fucking psychos who seem to think that firing repurposed fucking dusty dildo rockets over at Israel is going to advance Palestinian freedom. That's why. Maybe also because they think that firing those rockets, however ineffectual, is that it results in the response, which is an Israeli backlash, which makes Israel attack Palestinians, civilians die in the crossfire, and then Israel looks really bad on the world stage and they can get propaganda points. I think they also thought that, I'm pretty sure even Yassin said that after the Baruch Goldstein killings, the massacre in Hebron, I'm pretty sure Yassin even said after that the goal was just to make Israeli life as difficult as possible, wasn't it? I wonder if I can find that quote. Google Box. Yeah, let's have a look. How am I going to find that, though? Where did I find that?
I'm more firm than ever before. I will not condemn those people, even as I acknowledge that massive, unspeakable atrocities occurred on October 7th.
Okay, Alan Dershowitz, your final response.
Let me have my last point. Norman Finkelstein, you would not condemn the Nazis, Hitler, Goebbels, and Goering, because they too went through suffering after the end of the First World War. They too tried to justify what they did as inevitable because of the inflation, because of living under terrible conditions. They inevitably voted for Adolf Hitler. They inevitably built gas chambers. They inevitably built concentration camps.
You know, fucking during the interwar period, fucking Germany was part of Germany was occupied by the Belgians and the French, because they were failing to pay back their reparation payments, part of which was coal. So German and French troops actually occupied a mining community in Germany and requisitioned their fucking coal. I didn't know that. The Ruhr, yeah, that was it. It's really not the worst point. What, this point he's making? It's not great, I don't think.
And you, Norman Finkelstein, who claim your parents are Holocaust survivors, you, Norman Finkelstein, by your logic, would justify every single one of the 6 million Jews who were murdered because the Germans who did it don't deserve condemnation because they were victims of the Versailles Treaty at the end of the World War I. That's the situation you're in, Norman Finkelstein. It's despicable.
Despicable.
Okay. Well, we started, I think, in a reasonable shape, and we ended in a place where the final word is despicable, which is a shame. But I understand that passions run high. I think you've both argued your
It's
case.
not a shame, Pierce. This is the content you want. Okay? You bring fucking Norman Smirkelstein and you bring over this fucking dog shit advocate fucking can't even remember the name of the guy who drafted the resolution that he was supposedly involved in, Dershowitz. Like, okay.
Extremely eloquently and with great verve. And I personally have sat and I've learned a lot, which is what I hope to do with these debates. So
Obviously.
Thank you both very much indeed for joining me. Professor Finkelstein, Professor Dershowitz, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Piers.
Thank
you, Piers. As always, you were very fair. I respect it, and I feel obliged to acknowledge it.
I appreciate that. I try to be. Thank you both very much indeed.
Thank you. I agree with that. We agree with that one thing, that you're fair.
Finally, I've reached a point of consensus between the two professors, which is that I'm fair. Thank you both very much
Pierce
indeed.
is so happy. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure the first Hamas suicide bombings against civilians inside Israel was a response to the Goldstein massacre, wasn't it? Before the Goldstein killings, they had refrained from attacking civilian targets in Israel, but they changed their policy after that. And I think that was even what Sheikh Yassin said. I think he said the goal of doing that was just to, like, basically fuck shit up for Israelis. Like, the idea was just to make life as difficult as possible for the Israelis, like everyday life. Let me see. Hamas began their suicide bombing spree. Their transition from focusing on suicide bombings against military targets in the territories to civilian targets stemmed directly from the Goldstein massacre. But I wonder, there's a quote from Sheikh Yassin where he's talking about that. Fuck. I'm not going to remember where it is, though. Oh, no. To make us run back to New York. Yeah, apparently. Golly. It wasn't their first time targeting civilians. I think suicide bombing civilians in Israel, that was the first time that they started doing that now. I don't know. Oh God, is the tree and erudite drama still going? Which again, that means it wasn't a strategic decision. It had nothing to do with what was a fucking, like, gonna help the cause more. It was because they were fucking pissed off about an attack. This is what your pick-me-as gets for defending this ho-ho. In my replies, when I was clowning him last week. The next time you see black folks fighting, mind your damn business. Oh. Your shallow understanding of Stoicism isn't something men should ascribe toward. None of the great Stoics ever cautioned against tears. They cautioned against being run by only your emotion. But to cry, weep, and experience sadness is human. Oh, okay. Never take female dating advice. Women can't tell men how to be men. I don't think was Erudite trying to get Myron to like her? Or, okay. I'm not sure how you're struggling to understand that I spent most of my internet career disagreeing with Myron. Most? Most? But some of it simping. Apparently, I don't fucking know. Oh God. Huh. That just doesn't sound like something I'm interested in. I don't think I give a fuck about that battle, that fight. Whoa. I still feel I feel quite normal. What? Do I need to, maybe I'll do some reading about ADHD, because I don't really, I feel almost too content. I don't, trying to figure out what's going on here. All right, hang on. You're on drugs. Yeah, but drugs aren't supposed to make, why do I feel more normal than when I'm off them? What is that about? I don't feel, my heart rate's slightly up. I can feel that. But I just feel fairly content. Like I'm taking pauses between sentences, and I don't feel impatient, and I don't feel like there are 400,000 thoughts in my head all competing to be the one that goes into my mouth, you know? That's basically what, like, there's kind of like there's my brain, okay? My brain. And then there's a fucking little door, and banging on the door are a bunch of fucking nutters, a bunch of crazy wallopers that have something to say. They've all got some fucking opinion, and only one of them's lucky enough to come out of my fucking mouth. And then I take a pause, and then it happens again. Like, but I don't really feel that right now. I feel almost like head empty. What was Ritalin even doing? Damn, Ritalin's fucking bullshit, man. I hate Ritalin. Wasn't for me anyway. It'll work for some people. It'll work for others. It just didn't work for me. I feel like I should be hungry right now, but I'm not. That's expected though. More clarity. Kind of, I think. Yeah. Not sure though. Not quite sure if it's more clarity just yet. There's too many positive connotations of that word. That too content feeling is the proper feeling. It's how normal non-ADHD people always feel. That's not fair. It's not really fair that if this is how most people feel all the time with no drugs, that's just like, that's kind of evil. Did your relative dosage change between Vyvanse and Ritalin? Yeah. I was on 54 Ritalin, now I'm on 30 Vyvanse. When I was buying my fucking protein powder, this was reduced, so I bought these because I don't really eat that much fish anymore. So I decided to, just for the lols, because it was quite cheap, buy this omega-3 tablets. Apparently, you're supposed to have 3 a day. Why the fuck do I need 3 a day of this shit? Jesus. But I don't think I'll take 3 a day. Up to 3 times daily. But they're like these soft gel tablets, and they're quite big. And I've never had soft gel tablets before. I can't figure out if I can't tell if they want to be chewed or swallowed. So I looked it up online, and there's a whole fucking debate over whether or not these pills should be chewed or swallowed. Some people are quite firm that you shouldn't swallow them whole because they might not break in your stomach, and they'll just go to your small intestine. You guys are all saying never chew, but I swear to God, if you look it up, hang on. Look at this. I'm going to blow your minds. The No Chew Squad. Watch this. Look at what the internet will tell you. Here's 1. Here's 2. Is it just a blog? Are you chewing? It doesn't say on the packaging. Are you chewing your omega-3 capsules? I think this is the one. If you swallow a capsule whole, chances are very big. Fuck, I hate the capsule will not open in the stomach where it needs to open. Instead, it will continue into the small intestine and open up there. This is a problem because the small intestine does not have the tools to take care of large fat molecules. The acid in the stomach is supposed to start that process. So now we have large fat molecules hanging out in the small intestine. This irritates the lining of the intestine and can lead to leaky gut. And because the fat isn't broken down properly in the right place, we will miss out on all the nutrients we're trying to add. I fucking... So that's 1. What does this one say? Take the correct number of pills. Swallow and dissolve. Oh, that's fine. This one's just saying swallow. So I think most people say swallow. I don't know how that soft fucking coating is going to survive stomach acid. Like, come on. But it's quite a big tablet. So I just chewed on mine to see what would happen. And then it broke up in my mouth and then I swallowed it. It just tasted a bit fishy. But the fact, and then I looked it up and I was like, there's this whole fucking, there's this whole brawl between the chewers and the swallowers. I'm like, fuck me. The swallow tards. What would they call each other? The chew cells and the swallow tards. I think I'd rather just be a swallow tard because it just seems cleaner. That's my conclusion. There's a whole theory that leaky gut is what causes autism. Brilliant. Oh well. Fuck, man. Leaky gut is the catch-all for anything we think mainstream medicine isn't noticing. Okay. Oh god. Do I really want to watch Germany go to the fucking stand about aiding genocide? I think I do. Oh, the hearings now.
Make difficult choices.
Yes, content. Well, fuck you, I'm hungry, so I need to make a smoothie. I'll make a smoothie and then I'll put this on, okay? I guess I'll just stick these 3 in and they can make things happen. Wait, why is it not working? What the fuck? Why is my Discord app being shit? Oh, here we go.
It is
there we go.
muted.
There's
Hello?
3 wankers.
Oh.
Why did you do a whole party? What is going on here?
I'm not sure. Not sure.
I think it's leaving. I think the
Oh,
streamer is
he's
leaving.
leaving. That's why he's doing it. It's for content, of course.
Well, This is why you too should support Israel.
Hey, Miss.
Wait, what's new with you guys, huh?
Bro, I just
What
wanted to talk to Loner Box about this sweet, sweet thing that's called drugs. Drugs are amazing.
Yeah, ADHD
especially
a kicker.
prescribed ones by your doctor. Don't do illegal drugs unless you want to.
Yeah,
I was gonna tell him. I was gonna tell him not to chew his pills, swallow them, and have them with
I've
water.
actually got an opinion on this because when I was little, my mum would spoon feed me it, and it would come in a little bottle, and they pour a little bit on the spoon, and then I drink it from the spoon. And then I've never
That's
heard
cute.
of these pill things because I don't take care of myself and I haven't taken them as adults. But surely, it's the same thing, right?
Yeah,
I
you just
guess, like,
So wait, did you say you said your mother fed it to you like a bird and she would chew it
Yeah,
first
when I was a
and then
baby.
put it in the
Apparently, I'm really quiet and I have to yell. I'm sorry, I'm quiet. Lowerbox probably turned me down. He hates me.
wait, we're all turned down. I have to like.
Is this better, chat?
I still can't hear. I have to put like my phone near my ear to hear everything.
Put the volume all the way back up, right?
Wait.
Put it all the way to the top. And
Wait,
Lowerbox
are
is
you
so
an ADHD?
soft spoken.
Are you also an
It's all
ADHD
the way
cell?
up.
No, it says everyone else is good.
Yeah, I got ADHD. I just have to turn my gain up. How's this? Do I sound like shit?
You're already
No, you
already
sound
loud now.
Scottish.
Oh no.
What was I saying? Yeah, I got ADHD, dude.
Are you a drug cell?
No, because I wasn't diagnosed in the UK, and to get like medication in the UK, you've got to like be diagnosed. However, I can't afford private medicine, which is how people normally do it in the UK if they want to like actually get it within a reasonable time span. Otherwise, the waiting list is like 2 years. So I'm like, if I have to get tested,
Socialized medicine, eh?
Oh my
yeah,
god!
I have to
Is
wait
it
like
the
2
NHS
years.
or what is it?
It's the NHS. It's just underfunded, and it's a very long
Oh my
waiting list because you have to be like properly diagnosed, and there's all these special tests.
Yeah,
So a lot of
don't
people, if
doctors
they want
also
tests,
get
they go through the private clinics.
don't doctors also get paid like
NHS is
shit?
hell.
as well?
Yeah, well, yeah, you're a civil servant if you're on the NHS. It's not fantastic.
Wow, that's
I think
crazy.
there's
Imagine
definitely
going to
like
med
levels
school to
to
be a
it.
civil servant.
There's levels to it. Some of the doctors in the UK do okay, but others are just not great. But I basically, it's the only thing stopping me from getting my meds is the fact that I have to go through the NHS, and then I'm like, I'll just suffer in silence. But I probably should get tested.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well at least put yourself on the
Yeah,
wait
you
list,
should.
and we'll see you in 2029.
Exactly, right? I'll be
2020.
dude, I'm gonna be ruling the world as soon as I get my meds, dude. Imagine me on meds. I'd be so powerful.
You'll be
Yeah.
on fire. That's for sure.
Yeah.
The scary things is when people like kind of someone with like a bombastic attitude just kind of becomes so chill that they're like, oh shit, no, where's my spunk? Where's my
Yeah, I'm
where's
worried
my
about that. I'm worried
fire?
if I start taking ADHD meds, I'll suddenly no longer care about Doctor Who and Transformers. Like I'll suddenly be like,
no.
all these things, my Lego collection. I'll look at my big old Lego collection. I'll be like, I don't want any of this. Why did I spend all that money?
It's okay. When I'm on Vyvanse, I actually get more amped up. The true line of Zion comes out. There's no mercy anymore.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
We just wipe out the entire war crime list.
The beast
it all
comes
becomes war suggestions.
Oh my god!
The Geneva suggestions. It's over.
Whoa,
Hey, Loner,
that's not a good hobby. Loner's he's getting a smoothie, dude.
Oh, okay. Also, Tammy, in your bio, is IST Indian Standard Time or Israel Standard Time?
Whoa.
It's Indian Standard Time.
Oh, okay. We were just checking.
She just want to be Israeli, like every good Indian.
Oh my gosh! Oh my god! You wish, David. You wish.
I do wish. I do wish.
Dude, what are you doing, David? What the hell was that?
What the hell
I'm
is
not
what?
sure.
I'll DM you later.
Whoa.
Opulent, are you outside? Are those crickets in the background?
I heard
Yeah,
that.
I'm walking
Yeah.
outside. Honestly, I just wanted to ask like Loner a very quick thing.
You can ask us. You can ask us, dude.
No, it's about something that he said on stream the other day.
Yeah, we'll know. We'll have an answer.
No. It's fine.
Oh, what was that?
He thinks we aren't smart enough, dude. Unbelievable.
No, it's a specific. It's about something he said on stream. I wanted to give him some more background context on it. Like, if I could tell you guys, but
Yeah. Tell us.
Wallah, you're gay.
Yeah, tell us. Oh gosh, the soundboard.
I will block your soundboard.
Okay. I know touch.
What was the question? We're Loader
Is this
Box.
public on stream?
Yeah, we're currently on stream. Yes, we're streaming. Hello, welcome to the Loader Box Live.
I don't know if I want to.
Hey guys,
I don't know
hey.
if I want to be on stream.
You don't want to be on stream? That's okay. You can leave.
No, I'd rather not ask the question on stream.
Whoa.
Why would you join the call while we stream and ask him a question off stream?
What kind of question is that, huh, gang? What do we think he's gonna ask?
I think he's trying to slide into his DMs without permission.
Oh my
That's
god.
what already happened.
Oh my.
I can do that whenever I want.
Well.
Oh my days. The mind races, huh? What's he gonna ask next?
Oh no,
Wow.
I don't know.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm gonna have to go buy fish oil tablets. I worry that they make your breath smell.
I don't think so. I've had them like ages ago, and I don't think they do that.
Yeah, but what if you like burped? Would it be fish flavored?
No, it does nothing to it. It's just like normal.
Let's just do a mock ICJ thing really quick. Who wants to be Nicaragua and who's going to be Germany? The people want to hear it. Listen, I'll be both. You know what?
I'm just going to be on the
I'll be
sideline.
I can just do both. I'll just do both. Okay,
I'll
I'm
just
now
be the
Nicaragua.
spectator.
So, Germany. Is it not true that Israel is already proven to have committed a genocide and that you are trying to fund them to do more genocide? Like, is
Oh
in
wait,
part
he's
of your
back.
nature. Bro, this was so awkward just being left here to just speak with no actual means.
Where's Wiz? He just.
Where's the
I don't
means of
know.
production? Where's the material conditions to allow us to have a actual conversation?
Okay, I think
I don't know.
think about
I don't know.
maybe 50 or 100 people left whilst you guys had the fort.
Nice.
So well done, guys. Okay.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Not
All right.
terrible.
You're welcome.
Not great, but not terrible. Okay. Take care.
All right.
Okay, you
Shabbat
too.
shalom.
Bye bye.
Bye. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Can I ask you about something real quick?
Yeah.
Are you on stream?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just check your DMs then. I send you a few things.
Mhm.
No rush. Thank you. Bye.
You know what, guys? This fucking peanut butter protein powder. Holy shit, it's so good. I thought this smoothie was going to be shit because it's missing a couple of ingredients. It's missing banana and yogurt because I ran out, but fuck, this is the peanut butter protein powder is so good. It tastes so natural. It's from My Protein. It's the Whey Isolate. Shit. The fuck? Brand Impact, isn't it? Impact Whey Isolate. Chocolate peanut butter. Huh. Wacky. Do you have one of those loud as fuck bullet blenders? Yes, I do. It goes. Yeah.
All those responsible for German foreign policy have worked tirelessly to strike the right balance. We are committed to translating.
What else is in the smoothie? So normally what I do is raspberries, blackberries, blueberries, banana, yogurt, oats, rolled oats, protein powder, and like creatine, but it's flavorless creatine. That's my, and oat milk, That's my smoothie generally. That's my breakfast usually. Yeah, it's all right.
Into day-to-day practice what it means to respect international law in circumstances as challenging as these. Nicaragua appears not to properly appreciate this. It projects the image of a Germany that willfully enables or even aids and abets the alleged commissions of the gravest breaches of international law. Not once has Nicaragua sought information or even an exchange of view with the German government. Indeed, it has rushed to bring this case to the court on the basis of the flimsiest of evidence.
Uh-oh.
As Council for Germany will develop, Nicaragua's request for provisional measures plainly fails to meet the requirements of Article 41 of the statute as interpreted in the jurisprudence of this court. As Mr. Sam Wordsworth, KC, will demonstrate, Nicaragua's case does not fall within the jurisdiction of this court, not even prima facie. Germany has been brought
the jurisdiction
before this court in the absence of a dispute, while, on the basis of its established case law, the court cannot exercise jurisdiction in the absence of Israel, a truly indispensable party. Professor Anna Peters will follow and demonstrate that Nicaragua's request is not linked to any plausible rights that are at issue in this case. Far from enabling alleged breaches of the most fundamental rules of international law, Germany has called consistently for the strict compliance with international law.
Seraph Lovelace, thanks for the $4.99. Hey, Loney book, you can burst these gates, I.O. Oh, good one.
Germany has always acted on this basis. As Professor Paolo Pacchetti will demonstrate, while the situation in Gaza is dramatic, there is no immediate risk of irreparable prejudice concerning the rights that Nicaragua asserts vis-à-vis Germany. Above all, Nicaragua's application and request for provisional measures is based on factual premises that do not reflect reality. For that reason, Germany will begin the presentation by its council by setting the record straight. This will be done.
What if Morte does the presentation? What if it was Morte? Are we waiting? I'm putting $50 on a Morte presentation.
Done by Professor Christian Tams. This concludes my opening statement. I please ask you, Mr. President, to give the floor to Professor Tams.
I thank the agent of Germany for her statement. I now invite Mr. Christian Tams to take the floor. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. President, members of the court, it is an honor to address you and a privilege to do so on behalf of Germany. In my presentation, I will respond to Nicaragua's depiction of Germany as willfully disregarding rights of the Palestinian people and supporting or enabling breaches of international law. Nicaragua's factual claims do not withstand scrutiny. They are based on speculation and at times misrepresentation. To set the record straight, Germany has provided you with a set of core documents in the judge's folder. I will refer you to these documents in relatively quick succession, but I will provide key points on the slides. I do so first to rebut Nicaragua's accusation that Germany had turned its back on the Palestinians. On this point, Nicaragua yesterday changed its pleading significantly. It now no longer seems to claim, as it has done in its application, that Germany, and I quote, halted its bilateral financial assistance to the Palestinians without further consideration early in the conflict, end of quote. Instead, Council yesterday acknowledged that Germany, and I quote again, is engaged in facilitating or improving humanitarian aid in Gaza and for its suffering people, end of quote. And we welcome this correction. However, Germany firmly rejects Nicaragua's characterization that this engagement is, and I quote again, a pathetic excuse, as Nicaragua claims. Mr. President, documents contained in Annexes 2 to 5 of the judge's folder show how inaccurate this assertion is. Annex 2 brings together a list of statements by high-ranking German representatives, which reflect Germany's commitment to support Palestinians in Gaza from early on in the conflict. Let me take you to the first statement included in the list, made by Foreign Minister Baerbock on 19th October last year. You'll see it on the slide with its two key messages highlighted. One, the appointment of a senior German diplomat, Mrs. Deike Potzel, as special envoy for Middle East humanitarian issues. You heard nothing about Mrs. Potzel and her work in Nicaragua's pleading yesterday. Nothing about 5 months of tireless humanitarian diplomacy. Nothing about her public and behind-the-scenes engagement to increase the flow of humanitarian assistance under extremely challenging conditions. Also on the slide, a pledge made on 19th October last year. A pledge that Germany, and I
don't get why Germany is being caught up in this. Germany is Israel's second biggest supplier of arms after the United States, I'm pretty sure. And they also just have a very particular strong support for Israel, which is in part to do with the Holocaust. Like, they even say that. Their leaders will say that it's their duty to support Israel because of the fucking, in part due to the Holocaust. But yeah, that's probably why they're going after them.
Quote, stands ready, is prepared to provide comprehensive humanitarian assistance. A pledge on which Germany acted on the same day by allocating an additional 50 million euros in humanitarian assistance for the people in Gaza. Annex 3 gives us a fuller account of Germany's
Are they looking for attention or something? I don't know anything about the Nicaragua leadership or who was involved in this decision, but it seems like they want attention. Yeah.
Concrete contribution, and the central information is also on the slide. It contains figures from the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA. It lists support for the occupied territories by country. The chart for 2023 lists Germany as the largest international donor. And if you look at the chart for January to 31st March 2024, which
they're the largest donor. Oh, I didn't know they were the largest donor. Well done, Lil Ray. Good memes. I don't know why that made me laugh so much, but okay. Damn. That's some extreme German triangulation. I wonder, oh, what? You know the reverse Uno card, right, to the Owen Jones argument is, little do you know, Owen Jones, Germany might be supporting Israel because of guilt for the Holocaust or whatever, but they're also supporting Palestine because of guilt for the Holocaust, right? They're like, they look at what's happening in Gaza and they're like, bro, this is so much like Auschwitz, Birkenau, and all the other death camps and the Einsatzgruppe. This is like the same shit. So we should donate more money to the Palestinian territories than anyone else. It's like that meme where like the two religious groups are, you know, asking fucking God for their help, and he's like, he just accepts both of them, and there's like a civil war, you know? Fucking.
Which is in Annex 4 and now also on the slide, you will see that Germany has remained the largest donor. Mr. President, Germany's total support for Palestine since early 2023 stands at 254.5 million euros in humanitarian assistance alone. Since 7th October 2023, Rather than halting its support, Germany has more than tripled its humanitarian assistance to the Palestinians in the occupied territories. And Annex 5 highlights the real impact of Germany's commitment. I would ask you to consider this as you reflect on Nicaragua's characterization that this is just a pathetic excuse. Mr. President, members of the court, in addition to dismissing Germany's support, yesterday Counsel for Nicaragua accused Germany of having, and I quote, defunded UNRWA, a decision that Nicaragua presents as the cutting off of aid at the most critical moment. This Nicaraguan claim is entirely without.
Lonerbox, the German left says something related to that. The experiences during the Nazi reign gives them particular responsibility for international commitment. What, to Gaza? So basically, you've got the German right who want to support Israel because of the Holocaust. You got the German left who want to support Gaza because of the Holocaust. Whatever. I hope the ICJ shuts this down. It's such a blatant abuse of the Genocide Convention. This is pretty bad. I don't know. Maybe I read the Nicaragua case and it turns out to be awesome, but this just seems pretty bad.
Merit. Core information about what really happened is in Annex 6 to 9 of your folder. I will limit myself to 3 points. First, Germany has not defunded UNRWA. On 27th January, it took a temporary decision not to approve further funds to UNRWA operations in Gaza. This decision was taken in response to grave allegations that UNRWA staff were implicated in the terror attacks of 7th October. Allegations that left the UN Secretary General horrified and that continue to be investigated. Germany has since resumed its funding for UNRWA operations in the West Bank, Jordan and elsewhere, committing a further 45 million euros. And already on the 1st of March, the very day Nicaragua instituted proceedings, Germany agreed in consultation with other EU member states.
White imperialist German man bullying poor Nicaraguan minority. Alex, I hope you understand that the only reason I keep you around in this chat is because you're kind of funny, like, and because you seem kind of like a caricature of a far leftist. So, as long as until I find out you're being completely serious, you're probably safe.
States to release a 50 million euro emergency assistance package from European Union funds. 12.5 million euros of these funds are provided by Germany. But Nicaragua not only, and this is my second point, ignores this context. It ignores the fact that Germany's temporary decision of 27th January has had no direct effects on UNRWA operations. On 27th January, Germany was not due to release any funds for UNRWA for operations in Gaza that would have been withheld or withdrawn as a result of the decision. And this was made very clear in the statements announcing the decision, which you see on the slide. It includes the phrase, "There are no new funding decisions pending. Humanitarian assistance will continue." Put differently, not a single euro of support has been halted or withdrawn. Quite to the contrary, Germany honors its pledges. Funds provided before 27th January are still being used to support UNRWA work in Gaza. Third, quite apart from UNRWA, Germany has stepped up its support for Gaza. The information contained in Annex 10 of the judges folder make this abundantly clear. Annex 10 lists relevant actions and decisions taken by Germany since the 27th of January. It is by no means exhaustive, but it shows what has really been happening. I will have to be very selective, but would urge you to look at Annex 10 when you consider Nicaragua's claims. And when you look, you will see that immediately after 27th January 2024, the German government made available support to other humanitarian donors, such as UNICEF, the ICRC and the World Food Programme. An additional support now amounting to nearly 40 million euros, in addition to funds provided to UNRWA and to contributions via the EU and the regular UN budget. Annex 10 also highlights numerous examples of direct operational support aimed to alleviate the situation in Gaza. In-kind support, such as supplying hundreds of tons of medical and sanitary equipment to the Palestinian Red Crescent in February. Ongoing work behind the scenes to ensure that help provided by agencies actually reaches Gaza under the most difficult conditions. And as an emergency measure, airdrops, an initiative by the Jordanian government in which the German Air Force cooperates. 16 airdrops so far have landed 80.
Jordan mentioned. If I was Jordanian, I'd be so proud right now.
Three tons of food directly into Gaza, and another one is scheduled for today. It is plainly wrong to suggest that Germany has in any way turned its back on Palestine. Germany works with countless partners through various routes, leaving no stone unturned to alleviate the suffering. Mr. President, members of the court, I turn to the second part of my presentation. Nicaragua accuses Germany of providing Israel with military aid and thereby facilitating breaches of international law. It says relatively little on how this equipment is supposedly used, and I will come back to this matter. Instead, Counsel for Nicaragua repeatedly mentioned the total volume of licensed exports in 2023, 326 million euros, and made references to items allegedly delivered, such as, and I quote, artillery shells and munitions. But the picture presented by Nicaragua is at best inaccurate, and at worst, it is a deliberate misrepresentation of the actual situation. Of course, Germany and Israel have close ties, including in defense cooperation. Germany's responsibility for Israel's security, emphasized by Germany's agent just now in her opening statement, is an important factor in this respect. But this cooperation is based on a robust legal framework that assesses export licensing requests on a case-by-case basis, and that ensures compliance with national law and Germany's international obligations. And if we look at what has actually been licensed for export to Israel under this framework since October 2023, we see no artillery shells, no munitions. Nearly all exports involve what is known as other military equipment, typically of a subordinate or defensive nature. Mr. President, permit me...
Wait, really? So Germany is the second... Wait, how do you find that out? Would you be able to? It would be pretty funny. It would. So this is the breakdown of arms sales to Israel. Italy will be next. Oh. What kind of arms does Israel buy from Germany? This is in today, Reuters. Just plutonium, uranium, and cobalt, not actual weapons. True. Oh, hi, Sundowner. You did miss Jordan mentioned. They were talking about the Jordanian-led airdrop campaigns that Germany's cooperating with. This can't be right. Wait, hang on. I mean, it can. It's not impossible. But... wait. No. Where's the shitting article? Oh, it's not the actual article. Oh, fuck. Fucking Reuters. Reuters is such a dick. Fuck. Sometimes if a paywall comes off of a thing, it doesn't actually, it leaves some parts blank. But this is from the Reuters article. The lawyer from Germany told the court that since October 7th, 98% of arms exports to Israel were general equipment like vests, helmets, and binoculars. And of 4 cases where war weapon exports were approved, he said, 3 concerned arms unsuitable for use in combat and meant for training. Okay. That wouldn't surprise me. Wait, why wouldn't you fucking play? Hey. Oh, it's a...
To begin with a comment about the German framework governing exports of military equipment, about which you have heard nothing from Nicaragua. This is a robust framework. All German exports of military technology and equipment to Israel are subject to strict licensing requirements. Among these, German law distinguishes between 2 categories: war weapons, Kriegswaffen, and other military equipment, sonstige Rüstungsgüter in the original German. War weapons comprise, for example, combat aircraft or tanks, but also automatic weapons and certain corresponding ammunition and essential components. These war weapons require 2 licenses before export, under the War Weapons Control Act and under the Foreign Trade and Payments Act. The other category, other military equipment, is broad. It goes much beyond weaponry in the usual sense. It includes, for example, defense equipment against chemical hazards, protective gear, such as helmets or body protection plates, communication equipment, camouflage paint, and components, parts, and other equipment of a subordinate character.
Excuse me.
Outside standardized categories for routine deliveries, not only war weapons, but also all other military equipment under German law requires an individual license for export. And such individual license can only be granted following a case-by-case assessment of an individual application on the basis of binding criteria. We have provided in Annex 11 to 18 of the Judges folder relevant excerpts of the applicable German laws, but also of the 2008 EU Council Common Position defining common rules governing control of exports of military technology and equipment, and the Arms Trade Treaty. Professor Peters will take you to these. At this stage, permit me to make a threshold point. For every license that is granted, the German government carefully assesses whether there is a clear risk that the particular item subject to licensing would be used in the commission of genocide, crimes against humanity, or grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions of 1949.
Okay.
This requirement follows from binding rules of German and European law, which exceed international requirements. As Professor Peters and Palchetti will illustrate, the scrutiny is detailed, and it involves an interagency process with consideration by at least 2 ministries, the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action and the Federal Foreign Office. And depending on the content of the license application, potentially also the Ministry of Defense and the Federal Chancellery, the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, the Federal Ministry of Finance, the Federal Ministry of the Interior and Community, and the Federal Ministry of Justice. As regards these war weapons, licenses must be issued at the ministerial level and accompanied by a corresponding additional license issued by the Federal Office for Economic Affairs and Export Control. Mr. President, what military equipment has Germany licensed? Military exports, of course, are a highly sensitive matter. Nonetheless, Germany has made a sincere effort to provide you with information that allows you to scrutinize Nicaragua's assertions. We have included core figures provided by government departments involved in the licensing process in Annex 19 of the judge's folder. Let me highlight 3 points before commenting on particular accusations that Nicaragua made yesterday. My first comment concerns the central categories of military equipment distinguished under...
Why would you challenge Germany on something this autistic? That's a good question. It's like in football when you take a shot every time the commentators call German football players efficient. It's like a World Cup drinking game. Every time the fucking international commentators describe German footballers as efficient.
The German law, which I've mentioned already. War weapons, including ammunitions and essential components on the one hand, and other military equipment on the other. This is an...
Yeah, they did get criticized in Ukraine, didn't they? Because they were only giving helmets and shit. Yeah. Who should I bet on, Arsenal or Bayern? Well, I wouldn't never tell you who to bet on, but I would probably suggest that Bayern would be the more efficient football team because they're German, right?
Important distinction because the risks associated with the export of war weapons are naturally much higher, which is a central factor in deciding on licenses. Nicaragua was very brief on this distinction. From the slide, you see what Nicaragua...
If this case moves forward, will it muddy your view on the ICJ? I don't know. Because again, the question is over whether or not the rights are plausible, right? Which is quite a low standard. So I don't know. They'd have to, would they have to find out if... Yeah, I have no idea. What else the ICJ do? They've got other pending genocide cases to deal with, so... Okay, what, licenses for war weapons and other equipment. Oh, okay.
You're omitted. 98%.
This is definitely a Morty graph.
Granted.
I'm taking it. I'm taking the $50, okay? Morty absolutely was behind this. He's obviously not the public presentations dude, but he did make this chart. This is a very Morty chart to be looking at right here.
Since 7th October 2023, did not concern war weapons, but other military equipment. In 4 instances only has Germany eventually licensed the export of war weapons since October 2023. And this is the first relevant point of context if we want to appreciate the actual licensing practice. My second point, which also appears from document 19 and on which Nicaragua again was completely silent, concerns this. If we look at the statistics that Nicaragua presented to you, we see that over 25% of the volume of exports were never destined for final use in Israel. Licenses worth around 85 million euros concern military equipment that is to be processed in Israel and then re-imported to Germany, re-imported for use by the German armed forces. Yet this equipment features in the statistic that Nicaragua relies on to make its accusations. And my third point, the temporal context, another crucial factor, as the risks are being assessed not just with respect to particularly particular military goods, but also at a particular point in time, in light of circumstances obtaining then. Nicaragua yesterday sought to make you think that there had been no evolution. Professor Pelé asserted that Germany
continues to authorize large-scale delivery of weapons.
Why is someone speaking over her?
In response, let me ask you to look at the following slide.
Okay.
It shows how the total value of exports for war weapons and for other military equipment to Israel since October 2023 is spread out over the past months. The exact figures again are in Annex 19 of the judge's folder, but the basic point emerges clearly from the slide. Almost 80% of the volume of exports was approved before the end of October 2023 in what this court has referred to as the immediate context of Hamas's horrendous massacres. At that point, and in this dramatic situation, Germany decided to prioritize pending license requests. Following October, the total volume of exports has dropped sharply, and you see the figures on the slide, to 24 million, 19 million, 8.5 million, and so on.
What exactly is Germany being accused of? They're being accused of sending arms, exporting arms to a genocidal regime. I think the exact crime would be aiding and abetting genocide. Breaching the convention by sending hardware to Israel and ceasing funding of the UN's aid agency. Oh, so that's part of it as well, ceasing the funding of UNRWA. Makes it complicit in the war crimes. Components for air defense systems and communications equipment accounted for most of the sales. Suspended funding, although again, they didn't actually cancel any funding. They just said they were going to stop looking at new funding requests. But they also increased funding to other things, to other sources of humanitarian aid. Nicaragua wants the top UN court to order halt weapons. Okay. Yeah, Germany is facilitating the commission of genocide and is failing its obligation to do everything possible to prevent the commission of genocide. Okay. Okay. Right. Yeah, that's what they're being taken to court for.
For now, permit me to mention two salient aspects. The first is this.
Why Germany specifically? Germany is Israel's biggest arms exporter after the United States. 30-something% of exports to Israel's arms are from Germany. Shimon, thanks for the 15 shekels. I really appreciate that. Does this count as blood money? No. Why would you ever say that? Why would you make such a suggestion?
February and March 2024.
It's life money.
The total volume of exports for war weapons and other military equipment, the volume of exports approved by Germany, was at around 500,000 and around 1 million euros respectively. These licenses were issued for lenses for daylight observation binoculars, bonding devices for hydrogen storage on submarines, and infrared protection systems for defense against guided missiles. The most recent license, and this is my second particular point, was granted on the 8th of March 2024. It concerned a slip ring for the installation in a radar system. This is not an item that could plausibly be used to commit war crimes. A limited number of requests for exports remain under review for the time being. They are reviewed by German authorities in light of the developing situation and of the potential impact that the particular item might have. Mr. President, this brings me to the end of my overview of what exports have actually been licensed since October. Permit me to conclude by responding to three specific accusations that Nicaragua made yesterday. And they concern particularly military items that, according to Nicaragua, Germany has delivered to Israel. But I begin by responding to points raised by Council yesterday, who noted that quite apart from exports of military equipment, Germany had supplied military equipment directly to Israel, government to government, and specifically in that respect mentioned a request for tank ammunition. Mr. President, we have verified this with the German ministry yesterday. Based on the information I received, I can confirm that Israel approached the German government in 2023 for tank ammunition. This application is being scrutinized. No license has been approved. In fact, and this goes to Nicaragua's broader insinuation yesterday, the only items directly supplied from the German Bundeswehr, armed forces, to Israel are sanitary material and helmets. Nicaragua's second specific allegation made yesterday concerns war weapons allegedly licensed.
What the fuck is this headline? Oh my God. Hunter Biden linked Ukrainian company used for terror attacks in Russia. Interesting. That's so many. It's like a fucking bargain deal for the amount of conspiracies you can just ram into a single fucking headline. Wow. Oh.
For export. Nicaragua yesterday repeated points made in the application, namely that Germany had provided Israel with, I quote, all type of military aid that would be used to commit grave crimes under international law, such as anti-tank weapons, ammunition for machine guns, and propellant charges, end of quote. I have already mentioned that since October 2023, 4 licenses for war weapons have been granted. But Nicaragua completely misrepresents what they covered. 2 of these licenses indeed concerned ammunition, as Nicaragua notes. 500 pieces of ammunition were approved in November, a further 1,000 pieces approved in early 2024, both for industrial cooperation. What Nicaragua does not say is that the license was for training ammunition. Training ammunition that is, as German exports involved in the licensing process confirmed, not suitable for combat.
I haven't done my what size are the pieces? Whoa. I haven't looked at the, speaking of 500. Wait, what is this? Posts live streams late. NA POV, North America POV.
Hello?
Okay. Anyone else notice Finkelstein hasn't made a peep about Loner Box? Lil Bro is perfectly comfortable going after small fish like Destiny and Benny, yet he's suddenly so quiet when it comes to the big dog. Last night, I was at a restaurant in Azerbaijan with my granddad eating fresh corn, and I overheard Finkelstein at another table regaling his companions with tales of how he clowned Destiny. My father winked at me and loudly said, "Twitter is all a buzz. It looks like there's a rumor that Lonerbox is coming to town right now." The whole restaurant went silent and I could hear Finkelstein choke on his soup. He spluttered some nonsense about forgetting to feed his chameleon and practically sprinted out the door. Okay, good memes. This person's baiting, okay? This is a fucking bait post. And it's what we need, okay? More activity in the sub. I watched Loner arguing about this on stream, saying they weren't 500 trucks of food or something. I don't understand the argument. Why does it matter? I don't. Yeah, this person's a bait account. It's good though, they got 30 comments, 30 responses. Look at them go. Okay. Good bait. Good bait. Thoughts on Richard Wolff? Is this from the Destiny debate? That's his background, isn't it? Why does someone in the chat say fucking bald? Oh, it's not going to increase the size. Okay, let's see this.
To you,
fucking bold Omega lol.
Final question to you, Professor Wolf.
What's Lance?
Under your system of worker cooperatives, would I still get my PlayStation 5?
Absolutely. You'd have to struggle a little bit for it. You'd have to talk to your fellow workers. You'd have to talk about the distribution of income. You'd have to compare your desire for PlayStation against all the other interests of all the other people. It wouldn't be something you worked out on your own with your particular boss in any way. It would have to be a democratic decision. You'd have to come to terms with that the way you do with democratic decisions now in our society to the extent that we have them.
Final question to you.
See, I'd have thought the answer to that would be you would just buy one because your co-op will make whatever your co-op wants to make and will have money and you'll make money and then you'll use that money to go to another co-op that produces the PlayStations and you buy it from them. That thing he's saying there makes it sound like the entire fucking oh, it's a central okay. So the entire country is a single co-op or the entire world, I guess. Both of those explanations made me less of a socialist. I mean, the more pro-market socialism argument would be that it would just be easier because your boss wouldn't pay himself $400 billion a minute or whatever the fuck people say. And you would actually get to distribute the profits democratically so that rather than having a fucking elite of bosses and CEOs and whatever the board of directors who all have a fuck ton of money is, you would just like, you would distribute that surplus amongst yourselves more, you'd be paid better, and then you would just be able to afford a fucking PlayStation. I don't know, but it sounds better than what he's saying though. What the fuck? What a strange answer. Huh. You need to send a request to the Ministry of Gaming. Fuck knows. Okay. Very strange. I'm just trying to look through my subreddit. All these fucking interview with David Miliband. Oh, Ed's brother. The guy who was prepped up by Tony Blair, but then he lost the leadership bid. This person's a fucking troll. What borders does the ICJ consider in regards to IP? I don't think it has. I don't think the ICJ recognizes particular borders. Get mogged? Okay. Someone did their geography quiz for the first time and got 94%. Obviously. Obviously. Just hearing about this country's bullshit gave it a pop. This is a 20-page document on the plausibility in provisional measures jurisprudence. That could be fun. Not today, but it could be fun. All right. I think it's been a reasonably good day on the Reddit so far. Meme, good meme. Politics video that seems interesting, whatever. Someone talking about food consumption. Good meme, very good meme. Some bait. Trucks discourse, good. Busy discourse. Good question. Good question. Me. Okay, good. This Reddit. This is a good subreddit today. There you go. Join the subreddit if you want. Wait, where am I going? Whoops. No, I wasn't supposed to push that button. Go here.
Operation. The third license concerns propellant charges, again, as Nicaragua notes, also granted in connection with a cooperation project between German and Israeli industry. But again, Nicaragua omits the key bit of information. The propellant charges were for test purposes. Most of the propellant charges licensed for export are to be destroyed in Israel. The rest is to be redelivered to Germany. So to reiterate, 3 of the 4 final export licenses for war weapons concerned items that are unsuitable for use in combat operations. The 4th license, which was in the immediate context of Hamas massacres, concerned the export of 3,000 portable anti-tank weapons. Finally, to complete the picture, let me add in full transparency that for one further military item, 1 license has been granted. This is a submarine which has received 1 license, as I mentioned, but as a war weapons requires 2 licenses for export. So 4 war weapons.
What's this? Speaking of Reddit. This is Lycan. This is the Lycan, isn't it? He's got lots of comment karma. Okay. I've said on several debates, I spent most of my life not only on the Israel has a right to defend its opposition, but completely ignorant of anything actually going on in Israel and the West Bank, likening it probably to the way Catholics and Protestants don't get along in Ireland. Okay. My next position, adopted half-heartedly a few years ago, was I heard Israel is pushing Palestinians off their land and expanding their borders. They should stop that. Then in the months leading up to October 7th, it changed to a much more pro-Palestinian position after actually reading up the situation before I ever touched a Finkelstein book. So this whole Lycan started with a vibe or started with a conclusion shit is absolutely based on nothing. It just sounds pithy, and even Lonerbox said it in one of my first conversations about it on stream. No. Lonerbuck said it in one of my first conversations about it on stream, and it spread like wildfire into every comment thread. Wait, I said that Lycan, in a particular debate, I said that Lycan sounded like he was starting from the conclusion and then walking backwards from it, which I think he was doing, but it was only for one argument. I don't think it was for his entire fucking position. Huh. Has that become a thing? Did I start a trend? Do people say this to him all the time now, quoting me? Oh no. Vibed his way to the position. Point 2 is he read a Finkelstein book and was convinced they can't both be true. His vibe was already more people dying is bad. Finkelstein just gave him the crutches he could use to stand up and actually try arguing for it. God damn it. They're so mean. Let's go full, okay. Eh. Stand by that. What's it supposed to say here? Fuck.
Remember the Holodomor?
Wonderbox types slowly because he gives weight to every word he types. True. To be the case. Okay. I'm just being a good Reddit user, okay? That's how you do it, right?
That's
a good Reddit post.
3 of them for test and training purposes, and 1 submarine not yet approved for export. That is the outcome of the actual licensing practice since October 2023.
Oh, thanks for the fucking sub on Twitch. I really appreciate that.
Nicaragua's references yesterday, referring to artillery shells or to munitions that would be used in Gaza, simply bear no relation to reality. Germany rejects them. Mr. President, my final point concerns the Heron drones.
Wallahi, he is finished. The fuck? Okay.
Unmanned vehicles.
3 out of 10 meme.
They featured prominently in Nicaragua's application as well as in its presentation yesterday. Germany stands accused of having handed over 2 Heron drones to Israel, and Counsel for Nicaragua insisted on the point yesterday, noting, and I quote, that the destruction caused by the unmanned aerial vehicles like these drones had been widely reported, end of quote. Again, Nicaragua's assertions are false. The truth about the Heron drones can be found in the document in Annex 20 of the folder, and the essence is this. The 2 Heron drones are Israeli drones. They are owned by Israel, not Germany. At no point have they left Israel. German soldiers were trained on them while in Israel under a lease agreement, which
Yakov Schenken, thanks for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that.
Specified Israeli ownership and control. While German soldiers trained on these drones, the Heron
what did I miss there?
Are Israeli drones. They are owned by Israel, not Germany. At no point have they left Israel. German soldiers were trained on them while in Israel under a lease agreement, which specified Israeli ownership and control. While German soldiers trained on these drones, the Heron drones were unarmed. After 7th October, German military personnel left Israel as their security could not be guaranteed, and so the training on Israeli soil temporarily ended. This is the context. Nicaragua is again wrong on the basic facts. Mr. President, to sum up, 98% of the licenses granted after 7th October do not concern war weapons, but other military equipment. Over 25% of this military equipment is destined for eventual re-importation and used by the German armed forces. 80% of the volume that was approved for export was approved in October 2023. Applications for export licenses are scrutinized by different ministries by reference to conditions that are more stringent than those under international law. As a matter of fact, only 4 war weapons have been licensed for export since October 2023, 3 of which concern test or practice equipment. Finally, as regards humanitarian assistance, Germany continues to provide humanitarian support every single day under extremely difficult conditions, constructively engaging with international partners. The minute we look closely, Nicaragua's accusations fall apart.
Ooh.
This, Mr. President, members of the court,
debunked,
concludes my presentation on the factual background to the present dispute. I'm grateful for your kind attention, and I would ask you now, Mr. President, to invite Mr. Sam Wordsworth to the podium to continue Germany's presentations.
Okay.
I thank Mr. Towns for his statement. I now invite Mr. Samuel Wordsworth to take the floor. You have the floor, sir.
Oh, it's this guy again. This guy just representing all of the great white Western powers. I mean, Western powers. We need to see Nicaragua's accusations. I told you what they are. The 2 accusations are that Germany is arming Israel to commit war crimes and acts of genocide. The second one is that Israel is allowing the genocide to continue by cutting funding from UNRWA. That's the 2 main claims. So that's what they're responding to, those 2 broad claims. That's the umbrella. I'm going to try one of these fucking things again. I'm just going to swallow it whole, because the pills are pretty big. Look at that. They're pretty fucking chunky. Maybe I just have a small throat. I don't know. It's pretty big. It's a challenge, but I got it. 2 tries.
Mr. President, members of the court, it is a privilege to appear before you and to have been asked by Germany to set out its position.
Oh, I thought this guy was the guy from the ICJ case with South Africa, but it's not. It's just because he's wearing the wig. He looks similar. Fuck's sake.
That no order on provisional measures can be made given the absence of prima facie jurisdiction and or a prima facie basis for any exercise of jurisdiction. Germany makes 2 points. First, it is plain from the application, and was no less plain yesterday, that alleged violations of international law by Israel constitute the essential bedrock of Nicaragua's application and request. The Honourable Agent's first speech yesterday was replete with assertions that serious breaches of international humanitarian law and other peremptory norms of international law, including genocide, are taking place in Palestine, alongside references to the genocide committed by Israel. The case on genocide against Germany is entirely dependent upon this, that is, upon a prior finding of breach by Israel. The same applies to Nicaragua's case on international...
But for real, how can Germany be complicit in genocide when the genocide has not yet been proven? So legally, it would mean that they can get provisional measures if they find the rights to be plausible. If they find it plausible, so for example, if they find there to be a plausible risk of genocide in the Gaza Strip, which is more or less what they've said, then people who are arming Israel with particular weapons are part of that, are contributing to that risk potentially. So there could be a way that they could do it, and they might not be able to examine the case before they actually prove that Israel's committing genocide, but until then, they can still issue provisional measures. Because again, the standard for plausibility is quite low. Like, it's quite low.
international humanitarian law. The agent summarised this claim as follows. The violations of international humanitarian law by Israel create obligations for Germany. I'll return to the details in a moment, but the basic point is that Nicaragua seeks determinations on the conduct of Israel, an absent party, which determinations are a prerequisite to any finding of responsibility on the part of Germany. Okay. Yet, Nicaragua must establish...
Can you give an example of some provisional measures? So one provisional measure might be that Germany stops arming Israel until we can find out what the hell is going on. That might be one provisional measure. What provisional measures have they demanded, though, actually? Nicaragua, that might be interesting, even though they might not necessarily get them, because South Africa had particular provisional measures they wanted from Israel, but the ICJ offered different ones, like they demanded different ones. Germany, provisional measures. They want, it's like I said, they want Berlin to halt military aid to Israel, and they want to reinstate funding to UNRWA. That's it. That would make sense based on what they're claiming, what they're accusing them of. Okay.
That at least prima facie, the court is able to exercise jurisdiction, and it cannot do so given the manifest absence of an indispensable third party, namely Israel. Second, it was said by the agent yesterday that Nicaragua has not had the opportunity to be informed of the position of Germany. Yet the reason for this is Nicaragua's decision to lodge its application without allowing Germany an opportunity to engage and to inform Nicaragua of the basic factual inaccuracies that Professor Tams has just spelt out. Instead, just 17 days after Germany received Nicaragua's note verbal, the current proceedings were commenced without prior warning, relying for the supposed existence of a dispute on a few words by a governmental representative in a general press conference where Germany was seeking to withhold its position because it had then only seen a short press statement from Nicaragua concerning the alleged conduct of 4 states.
Is it actually called Nicaragua and Americans are just fucking idiots again? Is that... I don't believe it.
One of which was Germany. Nicaragua sought to skate over this issue yesterday.
Nicaragua. Agua, which is something water.
Today, but it cannot show even prima facie the existence of the dispute required to establish the court's jurisdiction.
It's N-word agua.
Turning to the details, I start with the central need in this case for determinations by the court concerning the conduct of Israel, an absent party. Nicaragua showed itself yesterday to be very sensitive about this, with Professor Pelle seeking to neutralise this key point. First, by saying that at the provisional measures phase, the court is only concerned with the prima facie existence of jurisdiction, not the ability to exercise it, and then by suggesting that the monetary gold line of jurisprudence made no sense. Neither contention is remotely serious. First, at the provisional measures phase, the court will of course examine both the existence of prima facie jurisdiction and the issue of whether prima facie it is able to exercise jurisdiction. No authority was cited to suggest the contrary, and indeed, any different approach would be entirely counterintuitive. The long-standing purpose of provisional measures is to preserve by such measures the rights which may be subsequently adjudged by the court to belong either to the applicant or to the respondent. It makes no difference at all whether the reason for there being no ability to adjudicate on relevant rights is due to absence of jurisdiction or absence of the ability to exercise jurisdiction. Moreover, Nicaragua's contention is flatly inconsistent with the court's established jurisprudence.
Okay.
In the Gambia and Myanmar case, for
Myanmar,
example,
this guy's okay.
as
This
you can
guy's
see on
This guy doesn't believe in pronouncing words properly. I understand. Okay.
your screens, the court was not content simply to establish its jurisdiction prima facie, as it did at paragraph 7 of the order, but it then went on to consider a disputed issue of admissibility, in that case one of standing. Second, the monetary gold type situation is not wholly exceptional, as was suggested yesterday, and the approach.
Also, guys, I have a work thing to do. I have something I need to do at 8 o'clock, so I got half an hour to go before I fuck off. But that also means get all your comments in, get all your half hours worth of chat activity, including your drama, your emotional outbursts, your one guys, and also get in all your fucking donos and your super chats and your membership. Do it all, okay? Doesn't like the stream as well. That one doesn't cost you anything.
Of the court there or in
Prepare
East
mentally.
Timor, for example, does no more than reflect the basic rule on the essential need for consent. This is to be found in many other contexts, including, for example, maritime delimitation, where the court has held, as one would expect, that it will not rule on an issue when, in order to do so, the rights of a third party that is not before it have to be determined. It is obviously wrong to say that there is no need for such an approach, given Article 59 of the statute and the possibility of intervention, and the current request offers an apt example in this respect. Suppose the
I have a deal for Sinwar. If you surrender, I will defend you. If you surrender and turn yourself over to the Israeli authorities, they will put you on trial, and I will be your defense attorney. Deal? Got a deal? Come out with your.
We'll mention it, but
got yourself a pro bono lawyer. I will fly to Israel. I will defend you without cost, and I may even win. But you have to come out and surrender first, and then I'll be your lawyer.
Is there anybody you wouldn't defend?
Obviously, I wouldn't defend somebody who's a continuing criminal who would go back and commit more crimes. I draw a line there. I don't defend people a second time. I have a.
Okay. Jesus.
The court
be thankful, Israelis in the chat, that this is your guy going out to the English-speaking world and telling everyone what's what about Israel.
To make an order in the terms sought by Nicaragua on the basis of the allegedly plausible rights under the Genocide and Geneva Conventions.
Sinwar just ordered 100 more miles of tunnels after hearing that. True.
Which presuppose that Israel
Sinwar's digging himself now. He's just going down there with his fucking bare hands.
Is in breach of these treaties, or at least that there is a serious risk of such breach. Such a finding would be treated around the world as a generally applicable and objective assessment of actual or likely wrongful conduct by Israel. Yet Israel would have no standing to challenge the order. If Israel wished to see the order amended or lifted, it would have to intervene as a party under Article 62 of the statute. But it could only do so with the consent of both parties, given the absence of a jurisdictional link so far as concerns Nicaragua's claims of breach of IHL. Thus, not only does the claim put forward by Nicaragua seek determinations on the lawfulness of Israel's conduct that will directly impact Israel, it leaves Israel without any avenue to challenge those determinations, save for submission to the court's jurisdiction, with a critical key to even being able to challenge any order held by Nicaragua.
Nicaragua.
Given the need
Agua.
for its consent to intervention. Thus, Nicaragua seeks radically to undermine the most fundamental principles concerning consent to jurisdiction. I turn to the further points made by Professor Pele. The first was simply to repeat the contention that the issue of the exercise of jurisdiction does not arise at the provisional measures phase. As he said, there will be no determination on the merits. I say no more on that, other than to recall that issues going to jurisdiction are assessed prima facie by reference to whether the court will be able to make a judgment specifically on the merits, not by looking at the provisional measures phase in isolation. It could not be otherwise. As a second point, it was argued that the current case is one where the legal interests of a third state might be affected, but no more, and hence the principle in monetary gold is not engaged. It was
Ignotus, thanks for the upgrade to a tier 4 sub. Holy shit, a tier 4. That's a big sub. It's a real man's subscription. Thank you so much. Yeah. Setting a good example there. My God. Thank you so much.
Said that no demand was made impacting the rights of a third state, and that the reference point had to be Nicaragua's application, from which it is said to be clear that the issue is not whether...
Is that the first tier 4 sub here? I don't think so. I think I have a couple. You're welcome. Thanks for the content. Hey, hang on. Let me see. Tier 4 subs is... I have 3 now. I'll probably be 4 tomorrow. Yeah. So I've had 3 for a while. So you're the 4th.
Israel has breached its international obligations, but indeed whether Germany has breached its own. While the fundamental rules on consent could not, in any event, be bypassed by attempts at artful pleading, it is useful to focus on Nicaragua's application. This shows that the essential keystone in the construct of the current claim is the unlawful nature in which Israel is said to be pursuing its current military operations in Gaza. This is plain, for example, from paragraphs 8 to 9 of the application, where it is asserted that actions by the Israeli government constituted serious breaches of universally accepted peremptory norms of international law, and that serious violations of international humanitarian law were evident from the start. The responsibility of Germany is alleged, but in complete reliance on asserted wrongful acts of Israel. This can be seen, for example, from paragraph 38 of the application, now on your screen. You can see how this works. The German government has engaged in political, military, and financial support to Israel, despite its awareness that the military operation launched in the OPT, particularly Gaza, was being conducted in complete
Oh, they're actually going through the slides. Israel didn't do this with South Africa, did they? At least not in the parts I saw.
Regard of international humanitarian law, human rights law, and the Genocide Convention.
Oh, yeah?
Then a few lines down, Germany has not acted to bring to an end the wrongful acts of Israel perpetrated against the Palestinians, and has instead supported Israel by providing it with all types of aid, including military aid, that would be used to commit grave crimes under international law. Turning then to the specific declarations sought from the court, at paragraph 67 of the application, Nicaragua first alleges that Germany has breached Article 1 of the Genocide Convention through a failure to prevent genocide.
Okay.
But in order to determine that there has been such a breach,
with full knowledge of the situation,
the court must first determine that Israel has committed genocide. This can be seen, for example, from the Bosnian genocide case. And please note that this is a paragraph that Nicaragua put up on the screen yesterday, but omitting the passages underlined on the screen, despite their obvious importance.
Oh, they even caught them quote sniping. Fuck, why doesn't... See, this is what Israel needs, the German ironically. Israel needs the German propaganda machine. That's what they need. However, if neither genocide nor any of the other acts listed in Article 3 of the Convention are ultimately carried out, then a state that omitted to act when it could have done so cannot be held responsible. Okay. Since the event did not happen. Only if it was actually committed. Okay. Jesus. What side is this barrister on? Germany. He's on Germany's side.
Importance. In particular, a state can be held responsible for breaching the obligation to prevent genocide only if genocide was actually committed. The passage read out by Nicaragua is in italics. The court there emphasizes that it is not saying that there is no obligation of prevention until the perpetration of genocide commences. But the court is clear on the need for a prior finding on genocide before any breach of the obligation to prevent can be determined. And this is reiterated in the second underlined paragraph. If neither genocide nor any of the other acts listed in Article 3 of the Convention are ultimately carried out, then a state that omitted to act when it could have done so cannot be held responsible a posteriori, since the event did not happen, which under the rules set out above must occur for there to be a violation of the obligation to prevent. The same basic point follows from the Croatia and Serbia case. The court found that no genocide had taken place, and hence there could not be any question of responsibility for a failure to prevent genocide, a failure to punish genocide, or complicity in genocide. Turning back to the application.
So this, in effect, because blaming Germany hinges upon the genocide happening, that also means that this is just another genocide case. Because if they find the rights to be plausible based on the previous ICJ case, then this means this would just be a second ICJ case that needs to determine whether or not Israel's committing genocide.
Nicaragua then alleges that Germany has aided and assisted Israel in the commission of genocide and breaches of obligations under international humanitarian law at paragraph 67.3 and 67.2 and 3. And these allegations, again, cannot be determined without a prior determination that the conduct of Israel is unlawful. Article 16 of the ILC Articles on State Responsibility, which the court has considered to be reflective of customary international law, is concerned with aid or assistance in the commission of an internationally wrongful act. There must be an internationally wrongful act. The commentary further clarifies that this must be a completed act. And that, of course, is only confirmed by the subsequent conclusion of the court on complicity in the Croatia and Serbia case that you've just seen. Moreover, the ILC commentary expressly notes the International Court has repeatedly affirmed that it cannot decide on the international responsibility of a state if in order to do so it would have to rule as a prerequisite on the lawfulness of the conduct of another state, in the latter's absence and without its consent. This is the so-called monetary gold principle. That principle may well apply to cases under Article 16, since it is of the essence of the responsibility of the aiding or assisting state that the aided or assisted state itself committed, and please note there the use of the past tense, an internationally wrongful act. The commentary does suggest that the monetary gold principle may not be a barrier to judicial proceedings.
I mean, they could just put in provisional measures, whatever the fuck they would be, and then just spend the next 10 years figuring out if the other case. But yeah, I really don't know why they're doing this. Doesn't make any sense.
In every case. And indeed, there may, in a given case, already be the requisite prior finding, or indeed the consent from the third state. But in the current case, monetary gold does indeed apply. And I'll return to the case and its application shortly. As to the declarations sought at paragraphs 67.3 and 67.4 of the application for breach of Common Article 1 and related customary international law due to a failure to ensure compliance, a breach of the obligation to ensure respect in all circumstances is necessarily predicated on there having been a lack of the required respect by the other state. The reasoning of the court...
Yeah, Jonathan Stein, just pass it to me in DMs in Discord or stream chat in Discord.
In the Bosnian genocide case,
or email
applies
me
equally
if you don't
in
want to
the
use either of
current
those.
context. There, as you've seen, the court explained how the state's obligation to prevent and the corresponding duty to act arises when the state learns of the existence of a serious risk of genocide, which is exactly the same as how Nicaragua portrays the operation of Common Article 1. But, as the court also explained, a genocide must occur for there to be a violation of the obligation to prevent...
No, fuck, I'm not going to watch the rest of it. Okay. It's at 49 minutes. I'll just keep a fucking tab on it and watch it tomorrow. Because I need to prepare for this other thing. All right. You want to ban him from saying Nicaragua? Agua. What, you hit the gym today? I didn't go gym today. This is my rest day. Tomorrow I'll be doing chest, maybe back as well. Who knows? Thank you. For what? For doing the stream. For being me. Oh, that's really nice of you guys. Go gym now. No. You can't go too much. It spoils the whole purpose. Okay. There's no one to raid out to, so just go... Wait, maybe on Twitch there is. Nah, fuck it. Can't be asked. Just go your own way. Guys, you'll be okay. You'll survive. Have a nice evening. I will. You guys have a nice evening too, okay? Behave yourselves. All that. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.